begin. We welcome you to our Provo Municipal Council meeting. This is our work session. It is Tuesday, March 31st, 2020. It is 12:07 p.m. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web. We welcome you to our Provo Municipal Council meeting. This is our work session for on-demand viewing. And normally I would advise you that you should be aware that the microphones can pick up the noise of paper and other wrestling objects and can pick up side conversations. Current situation where this meeting is being held via the Zoom webinar service and is being broadcast live over YouTube, I remind you to mute your microphone when you're not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. I want to thank our staff for helping us prepare for this occasion and help us to be able to provide these meetings via a webinar for the city. We're grateful for all this help, and we're grateful for your patience in the community as we iron out any wrinkles that might occur today and in other settings as we make these adjustments as a result of the COVID-19 situation. So I'm going to state the names of those present at this meeting as a roll call. We have David Harding, council members David Harding, Shannon Ellsworth, Dave Sewell, Travis Hoban, Bill Fillmore, David Shipley, and then we have staff Elizabeth Vanderwerken. We're also joined by John Borgett, John Magnus, Cliff Strachan, Wayne Parker, Hannah Salzel, Brian Jones, and Karen Tapahi. Did I miss anybody? That's everybody who's currently present.
The mayor will be joining us soon. She's just getting hooked up on the system. Okay,
wonderful. Well, we're grateful to have you all here and grateful to, again, our staff for making this possible. We've got an opening prayer that will be offered by Councilor David Harding.
Thank you. Father in heaven, we are grateful for the opportunity that we have to gather together as a city council to discuss the needs and affairs of the city. We are cognizant of the difficulties that the world is facing at this time with the pandemic outbreak, and we ask for a blessing upon all those across the globe who are fighting to mitigate the disease and to care for those who are ill. We ask thee for a blessing upon our world leaders, our national leaders, our state leaders, and local officials, that we will have the wisdom that we need to lead the communities forward and to make it through these trying times. We ask for a blessing upon our meeting today. We ask thee to bless each of us with wisdom, clarity of thought, that we may make the best decisions for the community we've been elected to serve. We are grateful for the community that we live in. We are grateful for all those who strive to make the community better. And we ask for a blessing upon all of them, and a blessing upon all those who will participate in this meeting today, and do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Now, although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions. We're going to ask that you use the or unless otherwise invited by the chair, we'll ask that you use the raise hand function to indicate that you would like to speak, and then please wait to speak until you're called on by me, and that will help us maintain a little bit order. We note that the mayor has joined us. We welcome you, Mayor Kafusi, and are grateful to have you with us. We'll start with item number 1, which is a presentation by John Borgett, our Director of Administrative Services, who will make a presentation. We had allotted 30 minutes for this. We're a little bit behind, but so we appreciate any help you can give us there, John. Thank you for being here with us.
Yes, I think John was going to pull up a presentation, like it's coming. So I would just mention what we wanted to do is give the council an update on kind of where we're at with vehicles, and also provide a little history, particularly for the new council members that may not know some of the history. And so I would just mention that Nancy Bean, who is our fleet manager, is available if there are questions for her, and then also Jimmy McKnight, who is our Public Works business manager, and we've worked together on this presentation, and they deal a lot with the vehicle replacement. So if we go just a second here, if I can get this to where I can go to the next slide. Hopefully I'll be able to do this. Okay. So back in 2008, 2009 timeframe, when we had the Great Recession, one of the areas that we identified to cut back was vehicle replacement out of necessity because of the limitation in funding, and I believe that happened for 2 years. And as a result, we kind of got behind on vehicles that needed to be replaced. And in 2011, 2012, we had a study that was done by Mercury and Associates, and they went in and did a utilization study to determine the correct size of the fleet. They also looked at vehicles and equipment cycle, and they came back with recommendations on how they should be replaced. And there's a number of factors that we currently use for that. It's mileage or hours, and it's age, and then even more importantly, it's kind of the maintenance history, as far as if we've got vehicles that are just requiring a significant amount of maintenance, much more expensive than it would be to just go in and replace. And the other issue with maintenance is that it impacts reliability and being able to provide the service that the vehicles are for. So in 2014, after the study was complete and after we did a review, there was a committee that was created. It's called the Fleet Advisory Committee. We abbreviate calling it the FLAC Committee. And that one of the first tasks and one of the first things that committee did was come up with a 5-year plan, a 5-year funding plan. And that plan, the goal of that plan was to identify the vehicles that need to be replaced over that 5-year period. Also to try to make a consistent payment, because we had situations where 1 year we had to pay a significant amount out of the general fund, other years, and we wanted to make that consistent so we could plan and work accordingly. And then also we had an issue with both fire apparatus and ambulances where we'd had some very old fire vehicles, and there was a goal and a desire to come up with a plan on how to replace those. So the committee was established, as I mentioned, and I think I've already mentioned the first one as far as the roles. The members and the representation from the city, we had someone that works with the vehicles, with police and fire. We also had somebody from Parks and Recreation, Public Works, Energy, and of course the fleet manager, and then someone from finance. And over the years, these members have rotated, but they meet on a regular basis, particularly in budget time, and address the needs, and also come up with what's recommended to be replaced in the upcoming budget, and also address any issues that come up during the year. Okay, here, get to the next slide.
Capital I. Impress.
For some reason it's not going to the next slide. I can do it without the slides if I need to, but let's see here. Okay. So the Vehicle Funding Bank, one of the things that we've done that's actually been very good, and it's provided us a way to finance the vehicles is that we have an internal funding mechanism. We have a fund that's been established, and this fund is designed to pay for the upfront costs of new vehicles. We do loans for the vehicles. The loans are created and they basically pay back the purchase over time. But on major purchases like fire apparatus, and some of the council members may recall, and not too long ago, we leased those from an external agency, and we've got very attractive rates. And the size and the amount of those purchases are outside of the scope of what we intended for the vehicle funding bank. But on the internal loans, we charge that rate's changed over time, but we've tried to keep it pretty close to what our current investment rates are with the state pool. And right now it's at 2%, and we finance the vehicles over 5 years. And I would mention that in the year we purchase the vehicle, we also make a payment in that year. Just mention that some of the enterprise funds have had enough fund balance and have resources to just pay for the vehicle up front, save the interest costs, and so we give them that option. And energy and at times funds in public works also relating to enterprise funds have bought them outright.
Hey, John, we have a question from Councillor Harding.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize. I was actually just trying to figure out how I would raise my hand in the future, not I don't have a question right now.
All right.
Looks like it worked. Okay, great.
Councilors, it's important to remember that the presenters can't actually see your hand logo come up. So it probably would be good for the chair to interject when he sees a raised hand.
Okay.
Okay.
But since we've already interrupted him, remind me again, how do I signal that I want to raise my hand? I'm not seeing the option.
Should be down under participants. You should be able to see, you click that and you should be able to see a spot on the bottom of that section that tells you how to do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
So what I want to explain and help the council understand is that the impact on the general fund's budget, because all of the vehicles that are purchased from the general fund are financed either internally for all of our normal vehicles or externally for the fire apparatus and larger purchases. The impact on the general fund comes from making the loan payments to the bank or to the external sources. And so those loan payments are kind of our constricting resource based on available funding. So John, I don't know if you're paging it or whatever, but when I go to hit my down arrow, it's not taking me to the, okay, perfect. So I wanted to mention some of the challenges that we've had in recent years or over the last number of years since the study was done, is that we, of course, right now that we've been experiencing some tariffs from China and whatnot. We're also seeing advanced technology, particularly on the police and the patrol vehicles, where they're carrying a number of computerized items, and there's things on there that are just very complex. And it's provided for us the ability to do things we haven't been able to do in the past, but it has increased the costs. And then also other inflationary increase in the cost of vehicles. And so we just kind of threw out a couple of examples that kind of show this. In 2011, we had a patrol vehicle cost between $32,000 and $37,000, and we had 45 in the fleet. In 2020, they've gone up from 55 to 61,000, and we have 71 in the fleet. And so from the general fund's impact, it's came from the inflation and these other costs, as well as the increased number of vehicles. Also, if you see a fire ladder truck there, in 2006, the cost was $660,000, and we just purchased one recently, $1.3 million. So you can kind of get an idea of the impact to what it costs to be able to meet the debt payments on these vehicles with the cost going up. Okay. So this is one of the things that we really wanted to give you an opportunity to see is that the fleet committee recently came up with another 5-year plan. This plan would go from fiscal 21 to 25, and they went through and assessed all the vehicles and the needs. And I would just mention that this plan is a workable plan, but it's still, we could even go one step further as far as replacement. This just kind of keeps us on a similar level to what we've been in the past. But after the result of that study, the recommendation for 21 is that we purchase roughly $2,168,542. But based on that purchase, if we look at what the general fund loan payments would be, that's about $2.8 million. The funding level that we had in fiscal 20 was $2.3 million. So that's a $400,000 increase. Now, I would just mention that as I talked about earlier, let's assume that we bought no vehicles in 21. The payment on those vehicles, those purchases, based on a 2% 5-year term, would be $460,000. And so, if we were not able to fund that increase in the funding level of the $439,000, we're basically going to be limited and not going to be able to make any purchases for the upcoming fiscal year. And then you can see that for the next 2 years, it would stay about $400,000 up from our current level. But then in year 3, it goes up $735,000, and then it goes up to about $1 million in year 4 and 5. The other thing that I would mention is that included in our estimates is vehicle inflation. You know, as we've looked at the cost of vehicles and how they're trending up, we wanted to make sure that this 5-year plan took that into account, and so we've listed that as well. Now, as far as getting a little more information on the current year purchase, if we go to the next slide, and this is really interesting and helpful. You can see that we're recommending to purchase 38 vehicles, or the committee is. It's interesting, if you look at the oldest vehicles in 1986, and if you go all the way down to 2008, we're recommending 4 purchases. If you subtotal the number of vehicles that are 10 years old or older that are on our recommended replacement list, there's 24 vehicles out of the 38. And so you can see that they're still fairly old. Now, once, as I mentioned, it's not only based on age, it's also based on maintenance history and also mileage and use or hours. You can also see over on the right the departments that the 38 vehicles are coming from, and you can see that we're recommending to replace 15 police vehicles, 9 parks, and the various others that are listed there. One of the things that we wanted to do is just give the council kind of an early look at kind of the budgetary need for vehicle replacement in this budget year as well as the next 4. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and we're also going to talk about this tonight, I was requested when we had the HCM discussion 2 or 3 weeks ago, that when we come back for a decision with the council, that you wanted to have kind of a little bit of an update on the budget and where we're at, and we'll be doing that in the action meeting tonight. But I would just mention right now that that this upcoming budget year is going to be a challenging year as we've got into it. The impacts from COVID-19, the impacts from a potential recession, and I think it's pretty well known that it's not whether there's going to be a recession, it's going to be just to the level the recession is going to be. Anyway, it's going to be a challenge, and it's one of the things that we're going to have to be talking, and we'll come back to the council with a balance and a recommended budget, but it's not going to be without making some difficult decisions. And so we just kind of wanted to make you aware of this as we evaluate and work through the budget over the next couple of months. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, John. I had a quick question, and that is about the possibility of hybrid or electric vehicles to be, I mean, I guess the question is maybe also for the council, but I'd love your input on this. If the council were to decide to make it a priority, a city priority to purchase hybrid or electric vehicles whenever possible, and where that would not compromise, the ability. For example, I don't know what kind of electric vehicles would be even feasible for fire, for example, but maybe there are some, I don't know. But where it's possible, is that something that we could consider as a council? And if so, what might some of the financial ramifications be? I mean, I know that some of those vehicles might be a little bit higher priced at the onset, but then over the lifetime of the car, and maybe I'm just repeating the sales pitch that I got from my Toyota salesman who sold me my hybrid, but the battery life and the engine life of a hybrid vehicle can be much longer than a normal vehicle. So there may be, over the long term, even some financial benefits, even if the upfront cost is a little bit higher, obviously. So in terms of maintenance and gasoline, and of course, I'm thinking also here about air quality and a commitment on the part of the city to doing what it can to improve air quality. So I'm curious what your response to that is, John, and also what other council members might think about that.
And I don't know if Nancy's on the call, but I can just share a couple of things. I know that we have done some testing and some experimenting with electric vehicles. Energy has one right now. We also had one at one time over here. I think it was in Public Works. I know that we're also, I'm sure you're familiar with this grant that we're currently working on, where we're getting a number of electric charging stations at different locations, and the funding is going to provide for that, and there's going to be some flexibility. I think the answer is yes, that's something we would definitely be interested in talking about, and it's something that we've looked at. There's also been discussions about the use of natural gas vehicles and whether or not this is something we've looked at and entertained as well. But to this point, we've primarily just been looking at it and testing it. Is Nancy, I see that Jimmy's on the call. Nancy, are you on the call?
I think she is listed as a.
She might be able to provide a little bit more information than I just provided if she's available.
She was listed earlier. Maybe she's off. Looks like.
But I think that's Jimmy. Would you add anything else to that?
Hang on, gotta let Jimmy talk here.
I think Nancy's in the attendees list, but not panelist. She could probably best speak to this item.
Yeah, I think that's Nancy could talk a little further, but I guess she's not on the call right now. But I think that's pretty much what we've been doing. But I think the answer is yes, we would be supportive, and we could have more discussions. But we've been looking at it and experimenting with it.
Just added Nancy back as a panelist, so she should be there now.
Okay, Nancy, if you want to respond, did you hear Councilman Hanley's request?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The police have, they have just taken purchase of 7 hybrid vehicles that will be used for sergeant's vehicles and 1 patrol. So they'll be trying those out. We've also bought an electric vehicle for our parking enforcement. That's not working out too well, so that will go over to community, to the neighborhood community services. And most of the challenges we have with the electric vehicles is the infrastructure. And again, that is getting set up, and then we will be looking at that further. The fire went down and looked at an electric ladder truck. I was not able to make it down that day, but more and more technology is coming through on electric and hybrid. And as soon as we get infrastructure and get some testing done, that is definitely a goal.
Is this something that would be important for the council to issue by way of some sort of priority or request? I mean, I don't want to, I haven't heard from the other councilors as to whether this is something they would agree with me on, but I would, if there's something we need to do to help make that a higher priority for the city, I would certainly be interested in that.
We are in the process of, we wanted to get through this budget year. With Kayenta, I wanted to do a fleet vehicle purchasing policy, and that will address sustainability and emitting less emissions. So where we can put administrative people and other trucks into hybrid vehicles, we will try, as well as electric vehicles. So that will go into a policy.
Okay. Mr. Harding.
So I think Dave Sewell had his virtual hand raised before I raised my physical hand.
All right, Dave Sewell. You're on mute.
You are on mute.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add that I would encourage a migration in that direction as well. I understand there's financial implications, and particularly over this next year, we're probably going to have more budget constraints, so that would need to be done carefully and prudently. But I definitely support that as a long-term goal and vision.
Mr. Harding.
So I agree as well. I think that's the direction we want to be moving in. I think we want to move in a prudent, kind of cautious and wise way. Maybe a question for the administration: would it be helpful, in their opinion, for the council to craft a short document so we have a policy resolution or whatever makes the most sense, just to kind of to make clear what the council position is on vehicle purchases?
Do you want me to respond to that?
I think feedback here. I don't know if that was the mayor's audio or what, but there was feedback there.
Could we have whoever was trying to speak to raise your hand so that the chair can know?
Physical hand would help.
So the mayor, I believe she had the audio problem, so she just messaged saying that asking Wayne to take that question because her mic was going crazy.
Okay, well, we'll give that a run. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, we would welcome a policy statement by the council on alternative fueled vehicles. I think that would be positive and would certainly help inform our process. So yeah, we'd be very open to that.
What kind of a, I don't know, Brian, if you can help with this, but what kind of a statement does that, I mean, is this something that just by virtue of having a discussion right now and we verbally agree that we want to encourage the city, or do we need to write up a formal resolution that has a specific set of goals? I'm just wondering what would be the most helpful.
Well, I think if you're talking about sending a message to the administration about the policy desires of the council.
Yes, regarding vehicle replacement and the desirability of electric and hybrid vehicles.
Then I think at a minimum that would require a motion. Now I would comment, I don't know if, I think Councillor Harding has mentioned this in the past, that in years past, the administration has kind of asked to just get input about high-level desires while they're still prepping the budget instead of really specific desires, because it makes it hard for them to put the whole budget together if they're competing on some of those things. But if there's something that you have a high-level expression of desire for them to really look at in the budget, then I would suggest a motion for that.
Mr. Harding.
So I guess I was looking at this a little bit broader than just this budget cycle. I do think that there may be value, and I don't think it needs to be overdone. I think it could be a fairly brief effort, but to put together a kind of a half-page statement of policy, as Mr. Parker said that they would welcome, rather than just saying something verbally. I think if we actually have I think he called it a policy statement. I think it has a little more staying power. We can thoughtfully craft it. I don't think it needs to be, again, overdone. But in 4 weeks we could bring something back and just make sure that way everyone's clear on what the policy is.
Well, in the interest of time, I would move that we decide as a council to do as Mr. Harding has suggested, and that we bring back to our next session a proposed paragraph that we would then discuss, maybe amend to our satisfaction, and then send forward. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Well, then we will move
Mr.
forward.
Handley,
Yes.
just a quick reminder for the record, if you can state the name of who provided the second.
Dave Sewell provided the second. If I can have there doesn't seem to be any discussion. Am I correct? So we will call for a vote on that motion. All in favor? We're going to do this by Mr. Harding and I, Mr. Sewell.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Shipley.
Aye.
Let's see where Ms. Ellsworth. She seems frozen to me.
She's still muted also.
Mr. Hoban, in the meantime.
Aye.
And Mr. Fillmore.
Aye.
Okay, we don't seem to be getting a response from Ms. Ellsworth.
Mr. Chairman, while we wait for Shannon, is there somebody there who could tell us just how many electric charging stations would be included in this grant that the city apparently has received?
Is there somebody who could answer that? Oh, there you are, Shannon. Did you hear our call for vote?
I didn't. Sorry. My tech is buzzing all around.
Yeah, now you have a frozen version of you behind you. If you sit just right, we can't see the other version. The motion was to craft a paragraph of direction to the administration regarding the desirability of electric and hybrid vehicles for purchase moving into the future, with the general idea that it wouldn't be overly or I don't know what the wording was, Mr. Harding, overly restrictive or too detailed, but just something that gives a directive to the city to make it a priority.
It's a policy statement talking about the direction to move towards or evaluate alternative fuel vehicles.
So I have the answer on your request on the number of stations. Dick Blackham just contacted me. There's 20 on the new grant.
20, thank you.
20 new ones in addition to what we already have.
Yeah,
what do we already have, John?
Austin Taylor indicates 20 will be installed this year. So it's actually pretty soon to be.
How many did we have before?
I know that we've got a couple here at the city center, and I know there's at least 2 in energy. I could find that out for sure, but I know there's at least 4, but probably more. But I could find out for sure if you need me to.
Thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Sorry, that was 5. Austin Taylor messaged in that there's 5.
Okay. I was close.
Very close.
So we voted so far 6-0 in favor of this resolution. Ms. Ellsworth, we voted 6-0 in favor of this resolution. Do you want to add your vote? You're muted.
Yes. Sorry.
All right, so the voting was unanimous. Unless there's further discussion, we'll need to move on to our next item. Is there any? We thank you, Mr. Borgett, for your time.
Mr. Hanley, there are three hands up. Mr. Hoban, Mr. Harding, and Mr. Parker all have their hands up.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble identifying the hands up visually. I don't know where would I be looking for it? Just
look for it under the list of panelists, and you'll see their hands up by the microphones next to the names.
Oh, okay.
George, we should have made you a co-host, but I've just done that, so you now should be able to see when someone's raising their hand.
On the screen or
on the screen? You'll be able to see in the list of participants as well as a little hand icon on the video of the thumbnail video for that person.
For example, Dave Harding has his hand up and off.
Right. See. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Is there anybody? I don't see any current hands up. So we are moving forward.
Have been residual.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I apologize about that, and thank you for. All right, we'll move on to number 2. This is a presentation to the council in order to provide information regarding public infrastructure districts, PIDs. This will be presented by Dixon Holmes, our assistant CAO, and Randall Larson.
Okay, greetings, council and other participants. So actually, we have Randy Larson on board, who is a consultant to many groups, but particularly to the golf course. And this is an opportunity or ability to fund large improvements. And so this is an overview, but ultimately they will be asking, meaning that they being the golf course medical school developer, the medical school developer, there's some expenses at the medical school and the housing that have resulted because of the former trash at the golf course, the garbage dump. And this is a way to potentially fund that. And so this is an overview, but ultimately this item, if the council is inclined, would come back for a motion and an action at some point. But I'll go ahead and turn the time to Randy, who will give a quick overview.
You bet. Happy to do that. Now, Dixon, I'm not sure if I have the ability to change the slides. Do you have the public infrastructure district presentation, or should I bypass that for now?
You can do that, or John Magnus will do it if you're not able to do that. Is that correct, John?
Yeah, I can do it. You see the slide? This is your slides?
That one's not mine. I could probably work with it though. If you see one from Gilmore and Bell, public infrastructure districts, it has 3 blue circles.
Is it the white paper or the policy statement?
Should be condensed PID presentation.
That one never made it to us.
Okay.
That's what we have.
Well, that's all right. Let's go ahead and use the you can use this one. I think they grab pieces of ours in doing so no worries. As I start to talk about a public infrastructure district, and maybe before we go through these slides, I thought I'd just give a little bit of quick context. I would expect to complete my presentation in less than 10 minutes, and I'll probably try to hold questions until after that, but if you'll make a quick note, we'll return to them just in the interest of time.
Thank you.
A public infrastructure district is a financing tool. So while it does create a separate entity, it is not anything more than a financing tool. So it doesn't have perpetual creation. It is a mechanism to finance public infrastructure. So as long as the local government owns the infrastructure, think of your horizontal improvements, road, water, curb, gutter, sewer. Those are very standard PID finance public improvements. And in different circumstances, they can take on other possibilities. However, the infrastructure needs to be publicly owned. So this isn't a tool to finance. Yeah, that's the presentation. Thank you. So on this piece, there's no O&M that can be financed by the public infrastructure district. It does no planning and zoning. It doesn't take that from the city. City retains all planning, zoning, specifications, engineering, etc. It also, as I said, with the PID does not take ownership for water, sewer, roads. They don't own the roads that they finance. The city would own those. The PID would be the mechanism by which they would be financed, but they would not own them. So kind of heading into the presentation now, a public infrastructure district is codified under Section 17B, Chapter 2A. It's a portion of local districts. So the bill grants the power to create public infrastructure districts, to finance infrastructure and even redevelopment. PIDs can issue debt repayable from assessments. You may be familiar with special assessment financings in certain circumstances. A PID may finance that. This tool is actually a cousin to special assessments, but it can be actually better from the city's perspective. So if you have context around a special assessment, a PID may be something you would want to consider. If I go to the next page, some of the benefits of a PID are that because it's an independent political subdivision within the boundaries of the city, its debt is not a debt of the city. It doesn't roll up. It's not on your books. There's no obligation of the city to enforce remedies, etc. The defaults are imposed by the PID tax payments. It's governed by its own board. And what a PID does, as opposed to a tax increment financing, is it creates new revenue rather than a reallocation of existing taxes. It doesn't mean that it can't be joined with an RDA TIF structure to help enhance the viability of its financing, but that's not what it does on its own. It actually creates a new structure or a new source of revenue to finance these public improvements. Next slide, please. At the creation of the creating entity, don't think of a PID as being an entitlement to a property owner. It intentionally requires 100% consent of the property owners, and it also requires consent of the city to its use. And it was intentionally created that way. When we drafted that, we wanted to make sure that this was not an automatic. It's not something the city could impose on a property owner, and furthermore, it's not something that a property owner could impose upon a city. It has powers, as described, to finance public infrastructure that can be owned by the city or any other local government. When the PID is created, it has what we call a governing document. It's actually a definition from the statute. That's the constitution or the governing or the charter for the PID. You would have some concerns automatically about creating a new entity within your boundaries. The way that PID is governed is by this governing document. That's what limits its powers. The statute limits it on one hand. Most cities are choosing to further limit those powers to better match their perspectives, their benefits for what they may want out of a particular project or an ongoing one. Next slide, please. PRDs are governed by a board of members initially composed by the property owners or their designated representatives. That's important because they're the ones bearing the property tax burden. However, as with any local district or separate entity, the board needs to transition to elected officials. As property owners and or residents move into the PID, then they need to have representation, and ultimately the board would transition to an elected board. The board authority, however, reminder, is constrained by the governing document. Next slide. When you think of the PID as being this separate, I remind you that it's simply a financing tool. Again, the city would maintain all planning and zoning, permitting, subdividing. PID does not interfere with that. Its sole purpose is to create a separate entity from the city that enables that entity to charge a separate property tax. As you may know, the city has a generally applicable property tax rule constitutionally. It cannot charge enhanced property taxes to to separate areas within the city, no matter what the benefit may be. A PID solves that. It allows a particular property within the city that has a public infrastructure burden to charge a higher property tax for financing those improvements. How does that work? How does that bonding work for a PID? They're called limited tax bonds. So what would happen is, in the governing document, you would create a mill rate limitation. That's why it's called a limited tax bond. The statute allows for 15 mills. It's likely that at the maximum of 15 mills that the the property tax would potentially double, as much as double within that area. So you may be inclined, along with the property owner for that matter, to reduce the maximum mill rate from 15 mills. Once that stream is assigned, once that's agreed to, the amount of property tax that can be charged within the boundaries of the PID, that creates a revenue stream over a period of time. Bond investors then are entitled to whatever the revenue stream generates over a fixed period of time. So you may have a 20-year bond that would be financed by a 20 to 25-year window of property tax, subject to the mill rate limitation. Again, this is a new revenue source. It's not taking away from others, and a lower limit may be appropriate to both the developer and the city going forward. Next slide, please. This is a quick concept of how a PID financing could be balanced or leveraged with TIF. If you were to assign a tax increment component, that would generate revenues. That's a reallocation of existing tax revenues. In the event that a TIF was agreed to, you could, certainly not a requirement, but you could enhance the borrowing capacity of the PID by pledging that tax increment to a PID in addition to the property tax. If anything, that would make the PID bonds be paid off sooner. It also would create more revenue stream for bonds to be placed. Next slide, please. Considerations for creating the governing document. The statute establishes the outer limits of what a PID can do, but you may very well want to further limit what a PID can do from statutory authorizations. You might want to consider the eligibility of those improvements for tax-exempt financing. That's one of the main benefits to the financing tool, is that most public improvements financed by a PID are eligible for tax-exempt financing. The PID also constitutes a separate political subdivision for tax purposes. So what that would mean is it would be a separate line item on a property owner's tax bill, just along with a mosquito abatement district, a school district, the county, the city taxes. It would be a separate line item on their tax bill. And finally, perhaps the most important, is that we've recommended to all cities that you create a policy for how you will view, or what lens you will use to review PID applications. Purpose of that is to protect you from being arbitrary and capricious. I'm getting into legal stuff there, but nonetheless, we have a model policy that we've sent to staff heretofore that we would encourage the city to adopt even before accepting a individual PID application. It could occur on the same council meeting, but nonetheless, I would adopt policies and procedures first to create standards by which you would review future developers maybe seeking the same tool. Next slide, please. I think we've talked about that. What are the considerations in drafting the governing document? Consider the infrastructure that you would like to see financed. Establish a mill rate limit that may very well be lower than the 15 mills by statute. You need to establish standards for procurement, transition to elected board. How long do you want the PID to last? And how do you want to notice and disclose this to future property owners? That's the biggest party we don't have at the table right now, is we don't have the future property owners in most cases. Now, the medical center we actually do, which makes it unique. But if you were to consider this for a residential group, that does impose further policy questions about having certain residences paying a higher property tax than other subdivisions, because they are within a PID. If that were to be considered, we would encourage robust disclosure to initial property owners and future ones to give them notice of that requirement. Next slide, please. That completes my very quick overview. I would like to kind of open things now for questions from the council or others to help better understand this potential tool.
Thank you. We have just a few minutes for questions. Any questions? Mr. Larson. Mr. Sewell.
I was wondering if the city has used this mechanism in the past, and if not, I'm curious how long has this tool been available for municipal governments to use?
It's a really good question. It's a brand new tool. It was just adopted by the legislature in 2019. It became effective in May of 2019. It's a tool that's used by other states, surrounding states, quite prevalently. And our statute in Utah is not quite as robust. That was intentionally so. Other PIDs in other states have the ability to charge an O&M tax moving forward. We don't have that in Utah. We have multiple cities that are right on the cusp. In fact, are beginning to adopt policies and proceed. I would say that the medical center, in context, may be one of the least controversial types of projects to use the tool for, because you have the property owner at the table and you have sophisticated property owners that will intend to use these improvements. You're negotiating directly with those property owners. When you start doing residential, it brings in a host of policy considerations, without being right or wrong, that need to be considered that don't quite apply to this type of a project.
Mr. Harding.
I think that in this particular instance with the medical school, I think this is a great tool. I think we should consider it very closely. I support using it here. I also see the wisdom in the recommendation to create citywide policies governing the use. I think a little more thought will need to go into those, and hopefully we can learn from the experience of others as well. But generally, outside of examples like the medical school, I think we should be very hesitant about using PIDs. I worry that there may be some duplication with our impact fees and things like that. So I would recommend caution to the rest of the council as well. We should be very careful as we draft those policies. But for the proposal that's before us, I think this is an excellent tool.
Any other questions? Mr. Fillmore. You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
It's just information.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that real quick? I apologize.
Yeah, is there an action item flowing from this, or is this just purely informative?
We don't have an action item for the council today. This was informative. Next steps would be to propose policies and procedures about when the city might consider this tool and under what circumstances. And furthermore, there would be a letter of intent that would then come from a property owner fitting within those policies to give the council information on how to adopt.
Okay, so I guess what I'm leading up to is you are anticipating a request from the medical center.
I believe so.
Is the medical school the catalyst for this?
That's correct.
Okay, good. I'm all in favor.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, Mr. Nemelka, would you like to make a comment? You're muted. Sorry, I think I have the capacity to unmute. Senator.
Okay, thank you. This is an important tool for us to complete the medical school project, and we very much appreciate the city's willingness to contemplate this. And assuming the city would contemplate this, we would anticipate moving forward as quickly as possible to implement this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nemelka. Glad to have you here. Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I was just curious, as far as next steps, can we look to someone to create a draft policy for us to review next time? Who wants to run with this?
Dixon, would you like me to respond on that?
Yeah, please do, Randy.
Yeah, council member, we do have a draft policy that we've submitted to Dixon and to staff. I think they wanted to present to you first, kind of get initial temperament, and then next, I think, would be working together with your staff for a proposed policy and procedures to come back to the council.
If it would be okay, we could work with Cliff and with Brian Jones to have that reviewed and then presented at I'm assuming another work session or whatever would be appropriate again, but we could work with Cliff and with Brian on that and with council leadership, whatever direction you would have to. Brian, any thoughts on that?
That sounds great. Happy to work on it.
And that doesn't require any forward, correct? Okay. All right. If there's no other discussion, we'll move on. We appreciate that presentation, Mr. Larson, and good to have you here, Mr. Nemelka, as well. Thank you, Dixon. We'll go on to item number 3, which is a discussion regarding licensing for restaurants with ancillary breweries. This will be presented by Hannah Salzwell, our policy analyst on the council.
Thank you. I'm just requesting remote control. I'll click through. So the committee has been working really quickly on this. I think we've reached a lot of common ground and a lot of quick understanding. We'll share just some updates and overviews of things we've learned with you, the 2 initial proposals we have and some of the commonalities those have, and then we'll ask for some feedback and input on those proposals and some other questions we've had. John, it says that I am controlling the screen. Oof, that went fast. I guess it's just a lag. So for the updates, the committee did some more digging at a state level, and Brian found out that cities can only regulate beer. They cannot regulate the sale of other kinds of alcohols. So we are looking exclusively at the beer licensing that we've had before. We can't do wine, we can't do other liquors, things like that. Differences between Provo and DABC regulations, I found 11 differences total in going through all of Provo's city code, that 6.14. Most of those were fairly minor, things like not selling alcohol in dance halls, or the changes we know about, like the 60-40 versus the 70-30 sales revenue split, and how we define beer with 4 or 5%. Public Works got back to us and said that they didn't actually have any real concerns about infrastructure. It probably would require them to pre-treat the sewage with brew pubs and the wastewater there, but they already do that for other high yield businesses that we have, and they just charge them for that pre-treatment according to a schedule that already exists. The CDC recommended distance requirements to prevent drinking locations or alcohol outlets from being too close to each other in order to prevent creating a drinking district. I'm sure you've seen cities where downtown is just a block of bars and that's where people go to drink. The CDC has recommended against that, so you'll note that both proposals include distance requirements. The title should have been switched on these. We'll go with what's called Proposal 2 here. Would propose creating a Class F beer license and working from the beginning, bringing city code more in line with state requirements, balancing out those 11 discrepancies that we found. It also would create a density regulation for new alcohol outlets that are based on these tables, essentially that different license types could be within a certain distance of other license types with some potential overlap. There are different options that we can get into a little bit more as we're talking. Actually, I think it's worth going into now. This is a similar minimum distance. 400 feet, as you'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner, is about the distance of one city block. So that's about 1 block apart. This option would require a minimum distance between different licenses as we go toward, just a reminder, B is restaurant, F would be brew pub, C would be bars. So this does not include the convention center, which is unique, and also convenience or grocery stores.
Hannah, we have a couple of hands up from Ellsworth and Mr. Harding. So Ms.
Great,
Ellsworth.
yeah.
Oh, just back to Hannah's slide before this, where she was talking about the CDC. Oh, the next one before this. The CDC recommends distance requirements to prevent a drinking district. I don't remember seeing that in the CDC documents. I thought they were just saying to avoid excessive consumption, you might limit on density, which could be population density or like physical geography, location density. Was it specifically to prevent a drinking district?
I just to explain why we had these distance requirements. The committee did look at population, and both of the proposals that came forward didn't handle population. They were more with distance. But that is correct. They just said to limit that overall amount. Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify, the CDC is not recommending preventing a drinking district.
That was in there. I believe it was the CDC. It might have been WHO. I can go back and double check.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Harding.
So here is some text on that. See, Community Preventative Services Task Force, which I can send links to show who they are. It was a group basically that the CDC put together of experts across the country. So the CPSTF recommends the use of regulatory authority, for example, through licensing and zoning, to limit alcohol outlet density as a strategy to reduce excessive alcohol consumption and related harms. So, and that is right off the CDC website.
And I believe the phrase about drinking district came from one of the reports that I read.
That's fine.
Linked with their site.
If I could also just mention, like the proposed one tables and maps, that's more exploratory. That's more of just like, hey, what might this look like? What are some distances that might make sense? Can we model this kind of thing? So I think sharing this committee, I think perhaps if we stay at a higher level and just talk about just broadly, we've got a couple proposals with just kind of a different approach. I'm not certain that we need to get into the nitty-gritty details, but just because I think these details will evolve as the committee continues its work. But I think perhaps the best feedback we might get is just the general direction of where we're going.
Yeah, if that doesn't weigh into the council's feedback, then we don't need to go into it. Staying at a high level is great. I will just briefly point out that proposal 1 was very similar, except the density proposal was about 120 feet, which would be across the street on Center Street from store face to store face. It would also prohibit minors from being employed at brew pubs. Currently, they can work there, but not serve or take orders for alcohol. They both propose creating a new Class B license, bringing city code and state regulations more in alignment with each other, either now or at some point in the future, and some form of density regulations. As far as, this is the last bit of my proposal, then I'll hand it over to the council. But as far as feedback and input, we have a few questions. Should the council focus on brew pub licensing as a first step of further revisions, or as from the beginning as part of their comprehensive review? How should density be addressed, if it should? And then any other details of the proposal that came up that you think might be worth pursuing as a committee. Are there more hands?
I've got a question. Is the choice between option 1 and option 2 the difference between, whoops, sorry, that page you were just on was actually what I wanted to reference.
Oh, yeah.
The previous one. Or the after one. Here we go. Yeah, that first question. So the proposal 1 and proposal 2, is that a difference between a comprehensive review from the beginning and just a brew pub licensing? Or because I see those differences as not aligned along that question. So maybe
there has been some debate amongst the committee whether or not it would be better to get the brew pub Class F licensing done before the deadline and then continue through the rest of the process of comprehensive review, or whether that immediate Class F brew pub license should come out only as part of the larger comprehensive review.
I guess my question is whether or not option 1 and 2 are already representing that difference.
They are, yes. And it's not as if the council has to vote right now. This is just what the committee has generated so far as solutions.
I guess maybe I'm getting the impression, not having looked at the specific 11 differences that you cited between the state policy and the city policy, that those sounded like relatively minor housekeeping issues that might be helpful for us to clear up, but aren't necessarily substantive in terms of anything really. I don't know. What's the impression there?
One of the differences is, for example, these tables and maps would add regulations for Class B and Class C licensing that could be done as part of that comprehensive review if this is the direction the council decides to go. So if the council went this option, it would be a little bit difficult to parse out Class F separate from all of the rest because the distancing requirements are all interrelated. Whereas the other one is limited just to Class F, the 120 feet. So far, this is what we've generated. Again, these are not official proposals on the table for the council.
Okay.
But that could be done a little bit more separately.
I have hands up from Brian Jones, and then Ms. Ellsworth, and then Mr. Harding.
Thanks, Chair. So with regard to your specific question about the differences between city code and state code, I would generally say they fall into two different categories. One is general housekeeping stuff where city code has fallen out of line with state code because of changes to state code. So for example, our definition of beer that says that it's not more than 4% alcohol, where state code is not more than 5%, and the 60% versus 70% ratio in restaurants. Those are issues where we are out of line with state code, and state code's definitions already trump ours. So our code the differences are meaningless other than taking up room in our code. And so yeah, one issue would be one category of differences would be to clean those up. The other category of differences is issues where we in city code actually have stricter guidelines than under state code. One example of which is in the Class B beer license, our prohibition on dancing, billiards, and bowling on the premises of a Class B license. That's not something found in state code. So the proposal that Councilor Harding made, that's referred to as Proposal 1, doesn't, at least the current draft, does not make a change to that. I only addressed in the draft changes in Category 1. I didn't address differences in Category 2, because I figured that's a policy decision whether to retain those stricter requirements or not.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify further. I think Hannah maybe already did. But Proposal 1 would just create a Class F beer license and focus on a Class F brew pub beer license in the immediate future. And then Proposal 2 would create a Class F beer license, but it would also change licensing on the other two, I think the B and the C licenses. Yeah. So that's the difference that would be helpful to understand what the council's feelings are, or what the council's feelings are, is do we just want to create an F, or do we want to create an F and change B and C in the near, like immediately? I hope that's an accurate representation.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Okay, what I propose is that that I just take a couple minutes to talk about, and I guess, that the labeling is inconsistent. So it's shown currently on the screen as proposal. It happens. You're fine. But it's listed as Proposal 1 here, but on the other, it's listed as Proposal 2. But give me 3 minutes to talk about the highlights, the kind of the broad ideas behind this proposal, and then perhaps Shannon, if she wants to take some more time to discuss like the objectives there. And then, if we kind of highlight maybe how these proposals have different approaches, and then get the council feedback on which direction they'd like to head. I would say that this proposal has three main points. The first one is to create a new class of beer license that would cover brew pubs. The second main thing is that it removes all city regulations that are that conflict with, or that are equivalent to, or that are less stringent than the state guidelines. Brian just talked about this a little bit. There are some that like the 60% or 70% of food sales in restaurants. I mean, that's pretty clear. That the 70% is more strict, and so that takes precedence. That's clear. But what might be a little less clear is if we define beer as being 4%, the state defines it as being 5%. But we say that the state gives us the ability to regulate beer, and so if we say people can have beer licenses, does that mean that they can only serve up to 4%? I think there's just these. It's not just that it's redundant, or I think it actually causes some concerns. And then there are the ones that are exactly the same. There might be a purpose to leave them in there, but I think from the perspective of a business owner who's trying to navigate all of these regulations, to have a list of mostly redundant but sometimes conflicting and sometimes just different levels of restrictions can be difficult to follow along. This proposal, and Brian has already come up with a draft that accomplishes this. It removes everything that's redundant. It removes everything that conflicts. It removes everything that is less stringent. And so what remains are the things that actually matter to a business owner who's trying to comply. And so it becomes really clear that, hey, as long as they follow all the state guidelines, as long as they follow any county guidelines, and here are this short list of what actually is different with the city, I think that makes it a lot easier. The third aspect is the proposal to create an alcohol outlet density regulation for local consent of all new beer licenses. This wouldn't affect any current establishment that already has a beer license. This would only be considered when a new application comes in, and it would look at some sort of density. There's been a couple of ideas on how that might work, but that's definitely not refined. But the general idea is that it would create an outlet density measurement that would be considered when a new license is applied for. The CDC talks about a couple of different, or I guess I should say that task force commissioned by the CDC recommends a couple of different approaches. One is to put in regulations that would limit or prevent an increase in density, alcohol outlet density. And another strategy is put restrictions into place that would reduce the alcohol density, outlet density. And this proposal would be to set the limits so that it would not decrease the alcohol outlet density, but would prevent higher densities, or the densification of alcohol outlets. And so whatever the numbers would need to be in order to accomplish, but that would be the target that we'd be trying to get with these densities.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Bill Fillmore, Mr. Fillmore has a hand up.
I'd just be interested in Dave Sewell's thoughts on the process thus far, his feelings about where things sit.
So let me just start by reading a couple of sentences. I think this might be from the report that Councillor Harding is referring to, but it might be a different one as well. This is a task force that looked at the problem of the harms that can come from excessive alcohol use. And the second paragraph in the executive summary, I think, is particularly relevant here. says high alcohol outlet density, defined as a high concentration of retail alcohol outlets in a small area, is known to be an environmental risk factor for excessive drinking. To prevent excessive drinking, the Community Preventative Services Task Force recommends limiting alcohol outlet density through the use of regulatory authority, e.g. licensing and zoning, which is based on strong scientific evidence of intervention effectiveness. So my thoughts are that this is a worthwhile approach to pursue some type of regulation that limits outlet density, prevents it from getting more dense than it is. So I'm very supportive of moving in that direction. And there is a big difference between the two approaches here, because the one approach is looking only at brew pubs, and you can't really effectively limit outlet density unless you're looking at all of the types together, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, Dave Sewell is correct. So one does look at just brew pubs, and the other one looks at the B, F, and C comprehensively, all of them together. And I am certainly in favor of updating our code to be compliant with the state, and perhaps making other adjustments. But I feel that we should focus on brew pubs right now. And I think the best way to do that, as myself and I think the other subcommittee members would agree, is to create a new license, not incorporate it into a different license. And I don't know that we are going to, I don't know that we're going to make everybody happy, right? I wish that was a possibility, but I don't know if that's completely a possibility. So my hope is that we can just immediately work on the brew pubs and get that straightened out and get that on the books. And then we would address where we're not compliant with state code. And if we needed to make other changes with the B and C licenses, we could do that. But I'm not comfortable changing all of them right now. And I'm not certain that these changes some of them are even needed. So that's where I'm at.
Can I ask a question that's maybe out of my own ignorance, but the B and C licenses refer exactly to what?
B, just a reminder, B are restaurants and C are bars.
So this could potentially prohibit restaurants from moving to downtown, or a lot of restaurants moving to the town center mall. If there were some redevelopment there, it would prohibit the proximity of restaurants. And I don't think we have a huge demand for alcohol outlets outside of restaurants, and most people, I think, are not going there necessarily for alcohol, but more for food. So I think it might be overkill to regulate all of those and prohibit restaurants. I think this is the time and the year to be business friendly and not tell restaurants, hey, you can't be here right now if they are a viable business.
So I guess my question is, but if we're only allowed to regulate beer, how is it that we have the capacity to, is this only because beer is an ingredient to all of those licenses that allows us to make changes to these policies?
Yes, as far as I understand it from the counselor who proposed this, and these would obviously not apply to restaurants who did not serve beer. But it would apply to restaurants that serve beer in addition to anything else, but as long as they serve beer, they'd have to have this license.
So I have a hand up from Mr. Fillmore and then Mr. Hoban.
Thank you. I just wanted to express a policy preference. The people behind the referendum have apparently backed off for now with respect to pursuing a referendum on the zoning change. They're waiting to see what the license language is. And my expectation is that they'll probably pursue a referendum on whatever the council passes with respect to the licensing. My preference as a policy matter is to take a comprehensive look at this and not do it piecemeal. I think it's important for our citizens, if they're going to be voting on this, to see the larger picture, not just a piece of it.
Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but I guess if I'm understanding this correctly, is it option 1B, if Cheesecake Factory wanted to come and open up in Provo and there were a prime location, they might be limited on being able to open up there because there's a restaurant close by that also serves beer. Am I understanding that correctly? Or I guess what I will say is if any of these options would prohibit that type of scenario, I would be concerned with that, because I think it would be a mistake for us to, prohibit a Cheesecake Factory from wanting to open up at a prime location simply because the Ma's Pizza next door serves beer as well, or has a beer license. I think that would be a mistake. So, like I said, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but I guess just for everybody's kind of feedback, that I think things like that have to be considered when we look at these options.
And just as a committee member, let me respond to that is exactly what we're looking at and trying to tease out all of those ramifications. And Community and Neighborhood Services has taken on to try to model what different policies might look like. So yeah, that is kind of the crux of that discussion. And all of that depends on, when we talk about restaurants, the only restaurants, as Hannah mentioned, the only restaurants that are impacted by this are those restaurants who want to obtain a B license.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I would just echo what Travis just said. I have no concern whatsoever about density restrictions potentially on bars in Provo, but if we're going to extend that out to restaurants, I think we have to deal with some significant unintended consequences associated with restaurants that we want in Provo and areas that we want additional restaurants in Provo, and making that harder for those restaurants to come, I'd be against that. I think both proposals, simplifying our code, making it more in line with the state, and also creating the new license, I think I'd be in agreement with all that, and I think it's just fine. But I think I think we've got to think through and maybe go back to the drawing board if we're going to restrict density. And I think Councillor Harding already made a comment towards this. That we've got to think through maybe more carefully, if we're going to do it on the restaurants, how we do it, and make sure it's not pushing restaurants that we definitely want in Provo away. That's all I would say.
Ms. Ellsworth.
I know we've done just a tremendous amount of research on this, and I really appreciate the staff for their work. Does staff know if alcohol is served at City Creek Mall? I know there's some restaurants there I think would probably serve alcohol. But I'd be interested in seeing what, is there some kind of restriction for those restaurants? Because I think City Creek Mall is.
I can think of a few that might. Especially since Cheesecake Factory is in the area, along with an Italian place that I believe has a wine list.
Brio.
Yeah, Brio. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory and Brio. And what if one day there was a City Creek Mall built at Town Center Mall? And would we be able to accommodate that kind of development with these kinds of regulations?
Mr. Sewell. You appear to be muted, Mr. Sewell.
Sorry. All I was going to say is that my understanding is that there are restaurants at City Creek that do have beer licenses.
I count 3 that serve wine and cocktails.
So I think the question I have is, well, I have a couple of concerns. One is this idea of a drinking district and the CDC recommendations all sound very important to take into consideration. However, I'm not sure that I understand what constitutes a drinking district if we're talking about restaurants as opposed to bars, for example. And so I don't have a clear sense of the difference between these two proposals in terms of whether or not either one runs that risk at all. It seems to me that at initial glance, I sense that neither is running that risk necessarily, given the fact that we're talking about a brew pub and not a beer and not a bar. But on the other hand, if there were a congregation of 3 brew pubs all within, say, a half a block or a block of one another, that seems to me to be undesirable. But in order to prevent that, I don't want to have to then prevent restaurants from being near each other and serving alcohol in order to, as part of their regular menus. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out which is the solution that allows for restaurants to continue to operate and request licenses from the city in order to provide their services, and that if we're allowing brew pubs, that we consider ways to just make sure that they're not too closely or densely populated near one another. So I've been interested all along in sort of keeping the numbers down. I don't know exactly what that number is, but those are some of my concerns, and I see several hands in response. And as I was speaking, I wasn't paying attention to whose hand went up first. So I maybe we'll start with the lawyer, Mr. Jones, and then Ms. Ellsworth and Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder, we've had some discussion about this in the committee, and it's probably at the end of the day best to discuss this the most in the committee. But one of the things that we really need to focus on as we go down this, that I think the council needs to focus on as it goes down this road, is if there are going to be density or other types of restrictions that apply to brew pubs that don't apply to restaurants, I think we need to do a better job than we've done in the land use ordinance of articulating what the difference is. Because as far as I read the land use ordinance, a brew pub is a restaurant. It's a restaurant that sources one of its ingredients inside the restaurant rather than outside. And so if we're going to treat them differently than other restaurants, I think the council needs to articulate some findings about why that's desirable to do, and what the difference is between a restaurant that makes one of its products inside its premises and a restaurant that doesn't, is with respect to those regulations.
Thank you. Very helpful. Ms. Ellsworth, and then Mr. Harding.
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate, can you go back one screen on the slides? There we go. So proposal 1 in the middle would not prohibit restaurants from being next door to each other, which we probably already have, right? We probably have some restaurants and even hotel bars that would be adjacent to each other. And that's something that we might want to consider, but my hope is that we don't need to do it today. and we don't need to do it right now, but that we can look at this in a few months after we've established a common sense beer license, Class F brew pub beer license. And if there is another referendum, it's probably more digestible for citizens to understand that this was about brew pubs and not about all alcohol licensing.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Yeah, so just again, kind of talking about the actual differences between the proposals. Proposal that's on the screen right now, Proposal 2, does not necessarily limit the restaurants from going in next to each other. It's just talking about density regulations, but what those are still to be worked out. And it is looking at beer licensing, taking a step back and looking at both B, C, and F, and putting in the licenses, the licensing that makes sense, kind of that comprehensively and holistically. It is a bit of a trade-off. Even when we voted on the land use item for brew pubs, I kind of felt like there were two options. There was voting for that right away and working out the licensing later, or we could have held off on voting for the land use until we had worked out all the licensing. And there were discussions back and forth about what kind of restrictions are we going to put on it. Quinn Peterson talked about that. Wayne Parker talked about that. I think everyone kind of talked about, well, this isn't the final go. We will still have an opportunity to discuss this when we talk about licensing. So I feel perhaps I should have held off on my vote until the beer licensing for brew pubs was fully worked out, but we made that decision to move ahead with that. I would suggest to the council that we take a look at beer licensing holistically. I think that the committee has accomplished a remarkable amount. We even canceled one of our meetings because we were so far ahead and really needed to get this answered from the council. So I really think that we can have a good proposal put together within a week or so, give the public time to look at it, and then vote on it in 2 weeks as designed. And I think that now is the time to remove some of the stuff that doesn't make sense, put something together that does make sense, that the majority of the council can support, and then move on. We have so many other items that we need to address. I guess part of my fear is we're going to put out the immediate fire and say, well, we'll circle back around and address this later, and the urgency will be gone, and it'll be competing with other things. I think I'd rather just get it taken care of now while strike while the iron is hot.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, just maybe a question of clarification. Councilor Harding is referring to, looking at the density piece and maybe coming up with a solution that can allow restaurants to come next to each other. I'm confused at I don't know what that looks like. Anyways, just some clarification on how we don't restrict restaurants that have alcohol licenses from potentially being next to each other, but still have some kind of density. I mean, I guess I like the intent of density, but I just don't know how we do it in terms of restaurants. So if we could get some clarification on that, that'd be great for me.
Mr. Jones.
Just one quick clarification about one of the comments a minute ago. If the council were to go with proposal number 2, it would still be my recommendation to actually split proposal 2 into 2 different ordinances and submit to you probably in the same meeting, one ordinance that creates the F license and imposes the density restrictions, and a separate ordinance that deletes the extraneous parts of our current code in an effort to have that second one not be subject to referendum if that's the way this all plays out.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I think for my concerns, I think I'm inclined to go with separating. Certainly, if the rest of the council is inclined to do both of them in the next 2 weeks, that's fine. But my gut tells me that we're going to need more time and more conversation about the more extensive ordinance, and I'm worried that we would not get that right and not get enough public input, not get enough discussion in time before mid-April. And so, and I think that one's just a more sensitive issue. So I do like the kind of clarity that going with proposal 1 gives us in terms of letting the public decide if that's something they want to put on the ballot in November, because it's just about the license for brew pubs. So I guess I'm leaning in the direction of waiting to tackle the bigger and larger questions later, even though I can understand some of the reasons that have been given for why it would be helpful to do them all at once. I just am concerned that we'll feel some pressure to do that more quickly than is advisable, and I just don't, because that's a sensitive thing. I think it's potentially divisive in the community if we don't get it right, if there are implications we hadn't thought about, and so on. So I think I would prefer to take our time with the second dimension of it. So we have about 7 minutes or so for this item if we're going to stay on schedule. Any further discussion or comments? So we're basically looking for, I don't know if we need to pass a motion on this to direct the committee. Mr. Harding, you have a comment, and then Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think just kind of a straw poll. If committee members are all here, we can see what the council advises. I don't know that we need a full motion, but if we'll totally respect the council's decision if we decide just to address brew pub licensing and maybe some of the cleanup, I think is what I heard Mr. Jones suggest. And if that's the case, we'll move forward and get that. My only that's great. I hope that if that's our direction, that we can still wrap this up relatively quickly. As you mentioned, it is a controversial item, and I've hated to see the divisiveness that it has caused among community members, and I hope we don't bleed out on this thing. I hope we can get it done quickly, and so we can start realizing that none of this is apocalyptic, and we can move forward as a community.
Mr. Hoban.
I believe the state looks at density from a population standpoint. I can see how that probably doesn't enable us to kind of prohibit like a drinking district or whatever. But is there a reason we aren't looking at population and we're looking at physical distance? Or is that the reason?
Ms. Ellsworth, you want to respond to that?
Yeah. There's kind of 2 ways to restrict density, and one is population and one is physical proximity. Initially, there was a proposal to use both, and then I recommended that we just use physical distance because it seems less arbitrary, right? So you see different population densities in Springville, St. George, with the state of Utah, and it's all pretty arbitrary. And additionally, one interesting fact is that if we do it on population, as our population grows, that would permit more and more places that could sell alcohol or beer. But if we do it just on distance, then it kind of maxes out geographically. And to me, it seems less arbitrary to say you can have one across the street, but not next door, because that would prohibit a district, but still allow a lot of flexibility in where people want to create a new restaurant.
Mr. Harding.
Okay, thanks.
there's a 10 or so page paper that the CDC or their task force released that talks about the best practices as far as density regulation, and it does talk about population based, but and then these other options and what the pros and cons are of each, and we can forward that along with our recommendation when we get to that point.
I would definitely like to see that, and I personally would. I think the geographical distancing makes a lot of sense, especially if what we're. I don't know if we're all in agreement on this, but what concerns me is I'm interested in not having a kind of sort of brew pub district, even though that's not. I recognize that a brew pub is a restaurant, and for legal reasons we have to be careful about making that distinction. I just think, to the degree that we can allow them to, be spread out to the degree that there are even more than one, that they're not all located in one particular part of the community, I think that's desirable. So I would be interested in that kind of a license that gives us that kind of distancing. Yeah, Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, just along those same lines, I think everyone on the subcommittee is on the same page that we don't want a district, even if there's not the demand, which I don't think there is a demand for a district, like 4 or 5 in the same block. I think there's definitely some consensus there that we don't want to create a district for bars. And so I think both of these proposals would exclude that. And then we do agree about creating a whole new license. So hopefully the council is supportive of that as we move forward. And then there is agreement on bringing the city code in line with state code, but it's just a matter of when. Do we do it immediately or hold off?
Mr. Fillmore.
I just want to be perfectly clear on the perspective I have. I don't know how widely it's shared. There is a qualitative difference between a restaurant and a brew pub. A brew pub is not just a restaurant. It is a restaurant that happens to highlight and promote in a very primary way the consumption of alcohol. I think it's specious to say it's just another restaurant. And I don't think we want to pass an ordinance that has a brew pub potential for every block, downtown or elsewhere. I also think that we should consider population as part of our density consideration. And last of all, I think when we consider the health and safety considerations, the sociological impact of increased alcohol consumption, that we have to do that in a holistic, comprehensive way, not just treating brew pubs separately and then trying to catch up later. Now is our opportunity to do that because we've invested so much time and energy and study. It might be a lame effort to try to pick up the pieces 6 months from now. Let's do it right. Let's do it now.
Mr. Sewell.
I would concur with what Mr. Fillmore said. I'd prefer to look at it holistically. I also would add, I don't really feel like we have an immediate deadline. I don't think the possibility of a referendum should govern our timeline in what we do here. And in fact, I'm not even sure if that's even practical to happen right now under current conditions. I mean, it's almost like this virus pandemic has sort of removed a piece of our public process as being plausible. It's just not very plausible right now to collect a lot of signatures in this environment. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Could I ask a quick question on that? We're really running short on time here, and we'll need a motion. But I'm a little confused because I thought I heard Bill Fillmore saying early on that the referendum effort was looking at us to see what we were going to do. So I I don't want to. The referendum effort is its own thing, and I respect it and honor it. But I don't want to make my. I guess I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Sewell, that I don't want our decision to be guided by that. But I felt like there was just equal enough pressure on the other side to say, well, if we pass something more strict now, rather than do it over time, that may or may not affect the views of the people who are pushing for the referendum. Am I misunderstanding that?
Could you restate that or summarize the question? I didn't quite follow that.
Well, what I understood Mr. Fillmore saying earlier in this discussion was that the people who are pushing for the referendum have decided to wait and see what we do about the licensing before deciding to go forward.
Yes.
And so that sounds like there's motivation, at least on the part of those who want the referendum or regret that we passed the brew pub allowance. There's motivation, therefore, to pass all of this now as strictly as possible. And yet, at the same time, there's an argument the other way around, saying that we've got to get this done by April 14th, so that we aren't harmed by the potential passing of the brew pub of the referendum. Sorry, I'm not saying that very well. I guess my question is, well, maybe I'm not really asking a question. I don't want to make a decision one way or the other based on what the referendum is doing. I want to just decide what's right, and it seems to me that no one yet is in disagreement profoundly over whether or not we should pursue further questions regarding licensing for alcohol generally. But I think the question is whether or not we're going to do one now and one later, or whether we're going to do both now. And so I just don't want to be subject to pressures from the outside and whether or not I make that decision. So Mr. Harding, Mr. Jones, and then Mr. Fillmore. And please make it quick. We're running out of time. I apologize.
Yeah, I have a motion to propose, but I'd love to hear what Brian Jones, if he has some clarifications before I make that motion. So I defer to him.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify real quick as far as the referendum and the timing goes. I think the principal issue here for you to consider is really not about the referendum on the land use issue, but on the potential referendum on the licensing issue. Because what I understood Mr. Fillmore to be saying is that they're not really, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but although it's probably irrelevant to my ultimate point, they're not really working hard to get signatures right now because they're watching to see how this goes, and which says to me that in essence they probably won't even end up gathering signatures for the land use issue. That if they like how this goes, then they'll leave it alone. If they don't like how this goes, they'll pursue a referendum on the licensing issue because it has a lower threshold, signature threshold anyway, and they'll probably just abandon the effort from on the land use issue. And that's speculation on my part. But the two strategy questions with regard to the referendum are one, does passing the regulation before people vote on it, on the land use referendum, if it were to be on the ballot, help inform them about what their vote should be? And if that's the question we're considering, then there's really no issue of timing other than getting the regulations in place before such a vote would actually take place. So in my mind, the real timing issue is this, which is that if you pass the licensing regulations after April 30th, and there is a referendum on them, the vote on that referendum will not take place until 2021. So that's the timing issue. If you pass the regulations before April 30th and citizens pursue a referendum, the vote on that referendum would take place this year.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. First, I thought that Brian's summary was quite accurate, and thank you for that, Brian. I want to make clear, my point earlier was not an effort to somehow facilitate the referendum. My concern wasn't for the supporters of the referendum, it was for the citizens. I think the citizens of Provo, if we have a referendum, deserve to have the larger picture before them, that their vote is more knowledgeable. as opposed to just voting on a small piece of the overall alcohol regulation.
But what I hear Mr. Jones saying is that as long as we were to pass all of the, whatever we're going to pass, say we pass the Class F license now, and sometime before November we pass some other ordinances that might be cleaning up our regulations, we would still be in good position for the public to know what they're voting on.
Well, yes and no. If you pass something after April 30th, it goes to 2021, isn't that right?
Yeah, but I'm saying if we pass at least the Class F license before then.
Right. Yeah, you'd have that, but it would not be in the larger context of overall alcohol regulation in the city.
Mr. Harding, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I appreciate Brian's, Mr. Jones's description. I had forgotten that it was the 30th. For some reason, I was thinking it was the 15th of April and that the 14th was our last time. We actually have one more meeting. Looks like it's on the 21st. So we have meetings on the 14th and the 21st that would both be before that, the deadline that would kick that out to 2021. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jones, that potentially could hold something up, but only if they get enough signatures. If they don't get enough signatures, then the law would go into place. We wouldn't have to wait till 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And so now I'm kind of second guessing my proposal. Let me just read my motion. So I would move that the council direct the subcommittee to come forward with a proposal that would create an F license and align and streamline our code to more closely match the state by the 14th, and that the committee continue their work on any density regulation for after the 14th.
Are you making that motion?
I am making that motion, yes.
Would you just repeat it?
Okay, so I move that the council direct the subcommittee to come forward with a proposal by the 14th of April that would create an F license for brew pubs and align and streamline the city code for beer licenses to more closely be aligned with the state code, and continue our efforts as far as density regulations to a future date.
Ms. Ellsworth, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to add anything to that?
Well, I have a substitute motion or an amendment to that motion, but we need someone to second.
I'll second that.
May I make a substitute motion?
Yes, of course. I do see Brian Jones wants to make a comment. That might be
Go ahead,
relevant.
Brian.
I just want to really quick thank Dave Harding for correcting me. Based on his comment, I went and looked at the statute. The thing that was confusing me is that if it's a land use law, it's August 30th. But if it's not a land use law, he's correct, it is April 15th. So if it passes before April 15th, any referendum would be held this year. If it passes after April 15th, any referendum will be held next year.
Ms. Ellsworth, did you want to make a?
Yes, my substitute motion is that we instruct the alcohol licensing subcommittee to create a proposal for a Class F brew pub license before April 14th, and we instruct the subcommittee to, after April 14th, create a proposal that would conform the Class B and Class C licenses to state code and address any other necessary or desired updates before October 1st.
Do I have a second on that substitute motion? Mr. Sewell?
Oh, I just had a question for Mr. Jones. He mentioned in his explanation an April date and an August date, and I didn't quite catch what the significance of the August date
Oh, so I was trying to explain why in my head I was thinking it was the 30th, because there's two different rules, two different deadlines, one for land use laws and one for non-land use laws. And the land use law is August 30th. So I remembered that it was August and April, but I thought that it was the 30th of both months. But when I looked at the code, it's August 30th for land use, April 15th for non-land use.
So for the land use, oh, okay. So the April deadline only applies to the licensing question, not to what we passed previously.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if I understood Ms. Ellsworth's second substitute motion, it was just a clarification on what would happen with the B and C and other licenses. Is that correct?
Yes, but it would only address the Class F license in the short term before April 14th. It would not change the B or C licenses before April 14th.
I thought that's what Mr. Harding was proposing, and that you were just clarifying. And if that's, I would second that substitute motion. And I'm assuming that I understood the spirit of Mr. Harding's proposal.
Maybe just to clarify, this proposal is only about creating a Class F license proposal before April 14th and not changing anything else until after April 14th.
So is there...
The difference between the motions is that Mr. Harding's motion, both motions are the same regarding what happens before April 14th, but Mr. Harding's motion specifically mentioned bringing the city code into alignment with state code and density, whereas Ms. Ellsworth's motion only stated evaluating the B and C licenses for any changes and the code generally for any other desired changes. So by October 1st.
So maybe I'm just really, really slow on this, and I apologize, but I thought I understood Mr. Harding's proposal to mean that we would be avoiding the larger questions until, or not avoiding, but, you know, delaying the discussion of the larger issues until after, in the same way that Ms. Ellsworth just outlined. But now I'm confused. So I'm not sure I know which motion to second. And I got lots of hands up, and we're way over time. Mr. Jones, please help us out.
Well, Mr. Harding probably should clarify for himself, but I understood his motion to be that the only thing he was deferring until after April 14th was the density issue, but that the B and C and other state code conformity questions would be addressed by April 14th.
Mr. Harding.
You see if I can explain it this way. There's to me three issues that we're talking about right now. One is creating the F license. Both motions would address that. The second is aligning and streamlining the code. That's just the code cleanup, and you know, it doesn't make any policy changes. It just cleans up the code. And then the third is any question about density regulations. So my proposal would be to address the first two by the 14th. We already have a draft that would do the alignment and streamlining. And again, there's no substantive policy differences. The way I understand Ms. Ellsworth's motion, the alignment and streamlining that I can't remember exactly how she said it, but bringing it into concurrence would also take place after the 14th.
Mr. Sewell.
I'm in favor of doing the code cleanup at the same time, and I don't believe that will cause any delays.
I am as well. Ms. Ellsworth?
I would just say that, yes, my proposal or my motion would be to do the code cleanup and alignment after April 14th, and then not instruct the committee to create densities for B and C. I think that there might be some more, I don't know, there might be a different way to address that down the road in a couple of months. But I don't feel comfortable instructing the committee to say, after April 14th, you must create densities for B and C.
Okay, I misunderstood your substitute motion. So that's clear. That helps clarify things for me. Mr. Fillmore.
Just a question for Brian Jones. Brian, if we were to pass a Class F license for brew pubs before April 15th, and a party secures a brew pub license in the interim, before we have established any ordinance with respect to density, does that mean their license is then vested regardless of what we do later with respect to density considerations?
The way the density restrictions are currently drafted, I think that would certainly be the case, because even once it passes, it's only going to apply to new applications.
Exactly. I think that would be a huge mistake.
Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Fillmore, for me?
No, if you, let's say the city issued multiple brew pub licenses, and we end up with a density problem that we can't regulate because their licenses are vested in the interim. So we defer the density considerations till after licenses are issued. That camel's already got its nose under the tent.
So this is why I'm so confused, as I see proposal 1 having something to do with density. It's just using geographical distance as its density measure, not population.
To Mr. Fillmore's concern.
I hear people saying that density is going to be deferred by their proposal.
To Mr. Sorry.
Go ahead.
To Mr. Fillmore's concern, density of the B and C licenses, I think, can be deferred for a few months. But the proposal that I estimate the subcommittee bringing forward in the next month would have a density for brew pubs. And I don't think in the interim we'll have a run on the bank. We asked with the other cities how many applications they've had for brew pubs with Lehigh and Springville, and staff will confirm this, but they have not had more than 1 or 2 applications in the years that they have permitted brew pubs. So
1 for brew pubs, 1 for another kind of bar, but that was, I think, just chain spread.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't think that there will be a run. I don't think the camel will get its nose under the tent. And I'm certainly in favor of limiting brew pubs on proximity, but the B and C regulating restaurants on proximity is something that I think we ought to be more thoughtful about and address after April 14th.
I just don't see why we can't do that now.
Well, we have a motion from Mr. Harding, and I seconded that motion. Ms. Ellsworth gave us a substitute motion. After her clarification, I would retract my second of that substitute motion. So do we have any discussion? Is there a second on Ms. Ellsworth's substitute motion? Okay, seeing none, at least I don't see any hands up. Oh no, I'm sorry, I see Mr. Harding's hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Harding.
Sorry, I think Travis raised his hand for a second.
Yes, Mr. Hoban. You're muted.
I was just seconding Mrs. Ellsworth's motion. I think I'm okay with either one, but perhaps for the sake of, if there needs to be some dialogue, I'll second hers.
Any discussion? All right, so we'll call for a vote on the substitute motion. Am I getting this correct? Do we need to reiterate what that substitute motion is?
Do you want me to do that or staff?
That would be helpful.
I'll reiterate. The motion is that we instruct the alcohol licensing committee or the beer licensing committee to develop a proposal for a Class F license for brew pubs before April 14th to present to the council, and that alignment of state code is addressed after April 14th and before October 1st, and that we do not instruct the committee to create a proposal that would change the densities of a B and C license. They could, I'm just in my motion saying that that's not part of the motion, that we instruct them to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will call for a vote on that motion, and for the sake of clarity, I'm just going to go by call you by name. Mr. Sewell.
Nay.
Mr. Shipley.
Yay.
Mr. Fillmore.
That's a no.
Mr. Harding.
No.
Mr. Hoban.
Yes.
And I will vote no. So that was 3 in favor, Mr. Shipley, Ms. Ellsworth, and Mr. Hoban, and 4 opposed, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Handley, Mr. Fillmore, and Mr. Harding. So this brings us back to Mr. Harding's proposal, his motion, which I seconded. Do we need to reiterate that one?
It creates an F license, or instructs the subcommittee to come forward with a proposal by the 14th of April to create an F license for brew pubs, align and streamline the city code to better match the state code, and to continue their work on any proposals for density regulations to a future date.
And just for a quick clarification, that still does allow for some density restrictions placed upon the F license, correct?
The motion is silent on that. So that would be up to the committee to decide.
Okay, Ms. Ellsworth.
Does this motion instruct the committee to create densities for the B and C licenses?
All it says is to continue any work on the density regulations after the 14th. And I can even, I mean, I'd be happy to drop that completely. So the motion would just be the council is instructing the subcommittee to come forward by the 14th with an F license that accommodates brew pubs and to align and streamline the city code to better match the state code. And then that would leave the committee free to pursue other things either before or after the 14th.
I would second that. I would only, I mean, I don't know if it requires a substitute motion, but I'm at least hoping to see some discussion of density of brew pubs in that F license. So for me, if there's no discussion of that whatsoever, it seems like that's not terribly helpful. So if it requires a substitute motion, I'll make one, but if it doesn't, then I'm fine.
Sorry, George. Mr. Handley, I think the difference that we're debating is between regulating densities on the B and C and regulating densities on the F. So myself and Mr. Harding are in favor of regulating densities on the F, I think, in both proposals.
Yeah,
but he's agreeing to remove densities or to not mandate or instruct the committee to create densities around B and C. Does that help?
Yes. Yeah, I just didn't know if it needed to be stated specifically that the F license would have some density discussion, but it sounds like it's kind of obvious. All right, any discussion on this? Otherwise, I'll call for a vote. Mr. Sewell, I'll call for a vote.
Aye.
Mr. Shipley.
Yes.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yes.
Mr. Fillmore.
No.
Mr. Harding.
Aye.
Mr. Hoban.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. So that was 6 in favor with Mr. Fillmore opposed. All right, we're way over, but we're gonna keep moving forward here. I appreciate everybody's patience. We are now on item number 4, presentation from the Joaquin Parking Committee with Mr. Harding and Hannah Salzel as our presenters.
Hopefully we can make up some of the time on this. It's sort of an update of where the committee is before we go on with next steps and an opportunity for the council to voice any questions or concerns or directives moving forward. John, can you bring up that spreadsheet link that I sent you? If not, I can share screen to it maybe. John, do you mind if I just share the screen and I'll pull it up on mine? I'm not getting a response. I don't know if it's because you're muted or not. This is still loading, but this is the tentative cost analysis. This will be part of Gary McGinn's budget presentation to the council next week. It is still loading, but we calculated startup costs. Down below are the revenues. Some initial startup costs as well as ongoing costs, which you can see are considerably lower as would be expected. The only major change to this that I know of is that Gary McGinn has recommended a parking permit secretary as a staff member, someone who's full-time to manage not only Joaquin parking, but also Foothills as that is expanding and as parking permits become more of a trend throughout the city. I can tell you now, the revenues more than offset the startup costs. We're looking at about $30 per permit with this calculation, with the 3,000, slightly over 3,000 permits we have. Here we go. These revenues would be consistent from year to year, so we only forecast for 1 year. The visitor parking is an unknown. We expect that to fluctuate pretty heavily. And as far as violation fees, those were not factored in because you hope no one violates parking. So aspirationally, that's a 0, but it is a swing enough that it was not factored in. These are just some of the basic introductory numbers, and then Councillor Harding, who is the chair of the Walking Committee, will give you another broad overview of some of the details.
I have this presentation if you relinquish.
Sorry, what's that?
I have your presentation.
Yeah, if you pull that up. I don't know if everyone saw the headline, City Approves Recommendation from Off-Street Parking Group. That wasn't a recent headline, that was 52 years ago. So this has been a problem for a very, very, very long time. I think it was 2002, there was another big effort to do some regulation of on-street parking and walking. That got quite a ways down the road, like their efforts 52 years ago, and it fizzled out at the end. This has been a problem for a very long time. We've been looking for a solution for a very long time, and every time it has failed. The council last year wanted to give it another go. We did not get it over the finish line like we wanted to by the end of the year, but hopefully we can push it through now. Hopefully with some new technology and what we've learned in past attempts, we can get this one right and really make a difference. It's been speculated that if you were to survey all BYU graduates and ask them, what their biggest frustration or complaint was, that somewhere in the top 3 would be walking parking. It's that much of an issue for quality of life for everyone who lives there, as well as the community members in that area. So the hope is that we can get this done and improve people's quality of life. I believe most of the counselors, the incoming counselors, had a briefing on this. I just wanted to touch on, Mr. Magnus, if you'll go forward go forward 1 slide. There's the newspaper clippings from 52 years ago. If you'll go on to the next one. And it's just generally the philosophy, high level on this. We've always had this regulation, this requirement that every automobile that is owned or operated from a property should have an off-street parking spot. And obviously, if you've ever been around Joaquin, particularly in the evening, overnight, you'll know that there's a lot of competition for on-street stalls, which kind of indicate that they don't have enough off-street parking. The philosophy of this plan would be it's an extension of their off-street parking. So if an apartment building has 8 off-street stalls and they're technically allowed to only rent to people who have 8 vehicles, if they have sufficient parkable frontage for say 2 more, that could be added into their total, and then now they can rent to people who have 10 cars. The rough idea is that somewhere between 80 and 90% of the parkable frontage would be offered to property owners. The remainder would be unallocated, and visitors could pay by the hour. That's one of the most difficult things is visitors have a very hard time visiting residents there because there's no place to park. The permits would cost just a nominal fee. As Hannah mentioned earlier, we're looking at $30. It's not by any means the market rate. We could charge a lot more for that, but that's not the idea. The idea is that we just charge a nominal fee to cover the cost of the program, and the property owners can kind of treat it as if they were off-street. Well, in some ways, in other ways not. The permits are good for several blocks. They're not, it's not a reserve stall out in front of their location. It can be used by visitors or whatever. And if someone comes in with a permit and all of the spots are taken, they may have to go over the next block. But their permit is good within a radius around the location. But it's not program wide. So someone who lives in South Joaquin can't get a permit and then park in North Joaquin. Anyway, so that's just kind of the general philosophy of the plan. And we're at the point where we're looking for administrative support. We've presented to them and have got some good feedback. There were some concerns about the financing or the cost of the program, and that's why we just presented those numbers. So it looks good, and I think we're just looking to iron out any final details with the administration, at which point we'll be coming to the council for approval. We were really hoping to catch BYU students before they went home for the year, but COVID-19 kind of changed those plans. But we've been working with stakeholders all along, and we hope that we can communicate well enough that the public will understand what this program is and embrace it. Thank you.
Mr. McGinn.
Yes, we've had an opportunity to look at the proposal. We think a permit program in Joaquin makes a lot of sense and something that would actually be very helpful for the city. We're still refining budget numbers. I'm a little hesitant yet to commit on exact numbers, and we'll continue refining those and hopefully have some better numbers for you at the next week at the budget meeting. Also, we're looking at operational issues and are going through, and we'll be making some recommendations to the operations that could help with or substantive suggestions that might help with operations and some kind of big picture issues that we're looking at right now. But in general, we think this is a great effort and are moving forward.
Mr. Fillmore.
First, just an expression of appreciation to David and his committee and the staff. Very difficult problem, and thank you for making the effort. This looks like a very good approach. Just a couple of questions. The $30 fee, that is per what period of time?
That is for an entire year.
Really, for 12 months. Okay, second thing is you've got the word metering in quotes. Tell me what you have in mind there.
I could defer to staff, but just in a nutshell, to kind of keep it quick, we are looking for a mobile payment system for as many people as possible.
So if a student, say from the other side of town, finds an open parking place just a block south of the BYU campus, what are his options?
So we're talking about a commuter that wants to go to class at BYU and they find a spot there. If they have, they would, there'd be different options. They could pay by phone. They could pay over the internet. People that do it routinely, we would suggest that they download the app, but they would pay whatever the market rate is for that, and that would be set dynamically. You know, these are the details that we haven't totally fleshed out. But you know, for example, monthly that might change. That way, if there's too much demand there and people with permits are having a hard time finding spots, that visitor per hour fee would need to go up. If things are open and there's unused spaces, then that fee could go down. But yeah, they would hopefully they would have the app. They would click a couple buttons on their app, and then they would pay to use that parking space.
Okay. Makes good sense. Thank you.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Just a couple questions. Thanks for all the work that this committee's done. If it is for 12 months, and maybe there's a student who just needs it for 8 months and then they leave town for the summer for an internship, then are there kind of empty but bought parking spots? And is there a way to transmit those?
The permits are transferable. We've been meeting with counselors individually to go through some of these details, but I haven't been able to get a hold of you to schedule a meeting. I'd be happy to go more in depth some other time with you.
Okay. Another question I have is the buyer the student, or is there a system where the buyer of parking spots is the owner landlord of a structure?
The current plan is for the landlord to purchase the parking lots and then allocate them out for students.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. I wonder, is it possible in some way, if we have a landlord that's a bad actor, to restrict how many parking spots they can get? Or I don't know. I just want to make sure that we have some mechanism so we're not like basically allocating city resources to landlords who are bad actors.
This might be something we can talk about more outside of the work meeting if you'd like to meet with me, Counselor Harding, and Austin sometime.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think we'll need to move on. We appreciate that presentation and all the work that committee is doing. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item number 5, a discussion regarding updating the general plan with Robert Mills. Again, we're about 15 minutes behind, so if you can shave off a few minutes, but this is allocated for 20 minutes, Mr. Mills.
Okay, I'll do my best. Thank you, council members. So a few weeks ago, we visited with you about the desire that we have to perform a substantive update to the general plan. And we kind of presented what we would like to do with that. And basically that would be to refine it and really create a workable and guiding document that would help us in our policy and all of our decisions moving forward here in Provo. One of the suggestions that we got back from that meeting with council was the request to go to Planning Commission and get their thoughts. And so we were able to do that. John, can you advance this slide for me? So we had an opportunity to meet with the Planning Commission members. They felt very similarly that a substantive update was necessary and would really help the general plan become more of a guiding document for us. They also agreed that, cutting out a lot of the fluff from the general plan would be helpful in creating that type of guiding document. There were a few things that they suggested, and we wanted to present those suggestions to you as well. Making sure that the content is supported by really good data. Couldn't agree more. Establishing good guiding principles in the general plan at a high level is very important. sometimes I think that our current general plan gets lost in the weeds per se. And so to bring it back up to a higher level to guide the rest of our policy making decisions and administrative decisions is really important. Making it easy for everyone to understand. And then there were some planning commission members that supported the idea of hiring an outside consultant to provide fresh perspective. The suggestion was that Long Range Planning Division would administer any contract with those consultants, but to bring them on board to help through this process, and also to establish a stakeholder group to provide some additional context for the general plan update. And then this last slide just explains that in talking with both staff, planning commission members, we felt it was really important to kind of update our existing code and the existing bylaws of the planning commission to help them as a body help us with planning projects, rather than have the bulk of their time wasted, or not wasted, but used in administrative items. Administrative items are mostly bound by the current rules and law that we have, but they spend a great deal of time reviewing those things, where we feel like their time would be much more valuable to us if we focused on planning projects like the general plan, things like that. So that's kind of our general update to you, and we are here to just get some information from you folks as well, as far as what you'd like us to do from here.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Any questions for Mr. Mills? Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, can we go back to the first slide?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thanks. Or maybe it's the second slide. Sorry, John. Okay. No, I think this is really exciting. Thank you, Mr. Mills, for all of that. I like this idea of having a high-level general plan. I don't really know what high level means to everyone else, but I hope that there is enough depth in it that people and committees like the Planning Commission and the City Council have a document that they can rely on when they're making difficult land use decisions. So if it's too high level, we might have the same conundrum that we're in now, like when we were looking at the Northeast foothills and it could have been zoned to residential, but what does residential mean? So hopefully there's enough depth there for that. And then this recommends establishing a stakeholder group to provide additional context. I don't know what that looks like, but I have a lot of confidence in who the mayor has appointed to the Planning Commission, 9 members from all over the city with diverse backgrounds. I think that's a strong stakeholder group to rely on. And then I certainly support the last slide where we would make some ordinance changes to empower the Planning Commission to do less administrative work and more planning work.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore.
Just a quick statement of support. Robert, thank you for the effort thus far. I find myself in agreement with everything you've outlined there, and particularly in favor of hiring a first-class outside consultant to give us some expert support from outside the city, some fresh perspectives. Thank you.
I want to second Mr. Fillmore's comment and Ms. Ellsworth's as well. I don't know if I have not heard any reservations from the council, although others can speak to them if they have them. But regarding financing of the hiring of the outside consultant, that seems to me to be the most efficient and effective way to do this, as outlined there. And so I just want to communicate my feeling to the administration, and if others agree that they can speak to this. But I think it would be important that we have that in the budget so that we can get that done. Mr. Harding.
I also agree. I really like this approach as presented. I am willing to support hiring the consultant. I think we need to put the resources that we need to get this done and done right. I just wanted to just voice my support for our current planning staff as well. I think we've got some exceptional personnel there, and I hope that they're not silent partners in this process. Even if we have a consultant, I hope that our own planners who know Provo best will be highly engaged in that and can help direct and make sure that we get not just a general plan, but something that really responds to the needs of our particular community. I think you were on mute, George.
George Handley, you're on
Sorry, yeah, I muted myself. Any other comments from Mr. Mills? Otherwise, we'll move on. Appreciate that presentation, and hopefully this gives you some feedback that you need, Mr. Mills, and the administration to move forward.
Thank you all.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is item number 6, a discussion regarding a resolution appropriating $4,900,526 in the airport fund for the acquisition of land near the airport, applying to fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. This will be a presentation again from Mr. Borgett, John Borgett, Director of Administrative Services.
And I think I was going to have Tara start. I think she's on the call, and then also Steve Gleason was going to take a portion, and I was going to finish up. So Tara, if you're on the call, if you could start.
Tara, I think you're muted.
There we go. Sorry. We're just going to briefly overview what we discussed a couple of weeks ago. So I've been asked just to describe the Durant property again. As you know, this parcel is located just north of the airport, just east of Duncan Aviation, and contains 29.64 acres. John, if we can go to the next slide. The purchase price that we've negotiated with Mr. Durant came to a total of $4,890,600, which is the equivalent of $165,000 per acre. We have made an earnest money payment of $25,000 and are anticipating a closing cost of just short of $9,500. And according to the purchase contract, we need to close on the property on or before June 1st. Mr. Durant, I had a long conversation with him last week. He has already started terminating the agricultural leases. And so we've seen some activity down on the property where people are starting to remove their personal items and the animals. Mr. Durant will also be responsible for removing all of the environmentally sensitive items, which include the tires, batteries, trailers, fuel, scrap metal, etc. And we, as the buyer, will remove any remaining structures that are left after all of his tenants have left the property. I think Steve is going to take over now and talk about some of the issues that exist on the property.
Yeah, okay. There are two main reasons that we want. Well, there are three main reasons we want to acquire this property. Number one is that it's the next logical place for us to expand the airport, where we are completely out of space for corporate hangars and any additional campuses if there was economic development opportunities. So number one, this is the logical place to expand. Number two is that the property right now has some pretty serious problems on it, and we'll go into that as well. And number three, when we purchase property as a city, we're able to use it as grant match for FAA grants. And we'll talk about that in just a minute as well. So right now, as you can see, we have suspicion of a lot of different things. We have proof of a lot of things going on the property that are unsafe next to an airport. So let's advance the slide. So this is a picture of the property as it currently is. I tried to do it kind of in a panorama. Next slide. This continues the panorama to just show you what the property looks like currently. There are a lot of buildings out there that are in serious disrepair, some that look like they could be residences. Next slide. So these are some of the problems we're having right now. Number one, up at the top left, when they have a dead animal, oftentimes they just throw it over the fence into the airport. That's an unfortunate goat that came to us. The next slide is tires piled up against the fence. That is also a violation of our security agreement. We're supposed to be 5 feet away from those fences on the exterior. And then just some other pictures that show you sort of the buildings that are coming right up against the fence that are illegal in the eyes of TSA. So we've tried many times to move those back and haven't had success. Next slide. Just some more pictures. You'll see that there are some large dwellings there. We know that they're having gatherings there. This picture, the large picture, was taken on a Sunday. There were perhaps 50 people gathered inside of a tent there for some sort of a party. The tree that you see on the left is where we have found cows hanging, where they can butcher them and cook them on site for their parties. And then, of course, some of that cow ends up in the airport.
Mr. Gleason, we have a question from Mr. Fillmore.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe it's a bit premature. I can wait till Steve finishes. Steve, I just wanted you to give us some information on the return on investment here. $5 million approximately is a pretty hefty price tag, of course. I'm all in favor of what you're doing. I just want some sense of how you see the city regaining that money in the future.
Well, and I will get there. We actually use it as grant match. So let's advance the slide a little bit and we'll move a little quicker. Here are just a couple of other things going on. They have up in the top left, there's a sort of a restaurant where they'll open it up and sell food. Slaughter of live animals, that's an unsupervised fire that was left burning. And then on the far right, you'll see that there are bullet holes that have come down from celebratory gunfire on the site and landed on Duncan Aviation, actually going through their roof, luckily not hitting any of the jets inside. So the majority of our, why it's a valuable investment, the majority of our funding comes from grants, and those grants have a match attached to them. We've been averaging about $3.5 million a year in grants. We're only entitled to $1 million, so we've done a pretty good job of competing for grants. When we get grant money, we have to match it with 10% approximately. So that would be at the lowest $100,000 a year we would have to match. But like I said, we're averaging $350,000 to $400,000 a year in match. Now, the reason I haven't come to the council ever and asked for additional money to make those grant matches is that we purchased property for the airport a long time ago. It's where Duncan Aviation currently sits. And we can use portions of that property for grant match. So we just carve off $350,000 worth of property, draw it into the airport, and that becomes our 10% match on our grant. So let's move to the next slide. So this is how we do it. We just keep track of all of our land, and we give the FAA a large spreadsheet like this that will tell them which property we're using, how much of it we're using. Next slide. We get the next slide, John? Maybe.
Fine.
Now, while he's trying to advance that, there are a couple of caveats to using property as grant match. Number one, once you draw a piece of property into the airport, it is now for airport uses. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't use it for other things, but those other things have to be airport related, and any revenue generated on that site would have to remain at the airport by law if we use it as grant match. So the property we've been using right now includes 3 homes along 550 South that we're currently renting out. And then the Duncan Aviation parcel are the properties we're using for grant match right now. So we are in the middle of about an $11 million ramp project. And we are going to run out of grant match to give the FAA for that $11 million that they're putting toward this project right now. So this year, we're going to be out of grant match if we don't purchase additional property. Now we're going to have to make the grant match in cash, the rest of the grant match in cash for the terminal ramp project, but all the projects we have coming up, we can use property as match if we purchase the Durant parcel. Otherwise, we'll be making cash matches, and then we have nothing to show for it when we're done. So that's sort of the financial argument of why we need to purchase this property. Can we advance to the next one? Okay, so this is just from our master plan, and our master plan shows that Durant piece as critical for us to acquire. So we've been waiting to try and acquire this piece of property for 20 years. We've been looking at this piece, and they've just never been ready to sell. And now they are. In fact, they're fairly motivated, but so they need to sell it quickly. So it's important that we get it before someone else would buy it. And then that critical piece is gone. And it's really the only place currently that we can expand. Next slide. So we get the grant match. It also gives us an additional area to expand Duncan Aviation if they're going to expand. It gives us an area that we could use for a cargo airline terminal if we use it as an economic development tool. And it could also provide a campus for additional corporate hangars. We just built a corporate taxi lane that had 10 hangar pads for corporate hangars. And we were anticipating that giving us growth room for the next 5 to 10 years. And they actually all sold out in less than 2 months. So we have a high demand for corporate campuses as well. So Mr. Fillmore, I'm hoping I answered your question.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much, Steve.
We can advance the slide. I think we're done. So we have some things coming up that are going to be pretty big ticket items. We've got a terminal building we're asking for an additional $7 million of FAA funding, which is an additional $700,000 grant match from Provo City. That if we match in cash, that is cash that just goes to match. And at the end, we don't have anything to show for it. Next slide. Again, picture of the terminal building. This is where most of our AIP dollars are going and where most of our grant match is needed. Next slide. Just a quick spreadsheet showing the costs and the breakdowns. Next slide. Okay. I think you take over here, John.
Okay. So I just wanted to briefly, when we talk about what options we have to pay for this property, is Councilman Fillmore mentioned, it's a significant amount of money. First of all, just to have a brief discussion on the purpose of fund balance. And for those who may be watching and not familiar with the term fund balance, it in essence is similar to retained earnings in a corporation or in a personal residence. It's similar to what you have in savings. And we in the government sector, we built that up to prepare for a rainy day, such as a recession, unexpected drops in revenues, natural disaster, legal claim, and I would add COVID-19, because these are all things that we don't anticipate, and we want to have some money as a buffer to help us through those difficult times. It also, we build those balances to be in a position to be able to pay for unexpected needs and opportunities. And those needs I've kind of mentioned before, but there quite often we'll have a department or we'll come up with a need in the city and we'll come back before the council and recommend an appropriation or to purchase property. You know, in the past, there's been a number of times when we purchased property for a park or other things that the city may need. And so fund balance provides those opportunities. If we go to the next slide. So just to kind of be helpful to see a little bit about where our fund balance has been, going all the way back to 2011 up till the current time. I've listed one of the ways that we track and kind of measure our fund balance and the way the state likes to look at it because they provided limits on the upper limit and the lower limit, and I'll discuss that on the next slide in a minute. But you can see as a percentage of our revenues, it's ranged from 17% all the way up to 24%. Now, in 2020, that 17.3%, 36% on the far right, that's assuming that we were to purchase this property fully with fund balance in the general fund, and that would take it from almost 25% down to 17%. If we can go to the next slide. This shows graphically, and what the state's provided is that they have a lower limit and upper limit. The lower limit's 5%, and the upper limit is 25%. When we submit our financial statements to the state auditor's office each year, and that's one of the things that they look for, because they're just trying to guide and make sure that governments are falling within the range. And as you can see here, if we were to purchase out of fund balance, it would drop to that 17% that I showed on the previous slide. So if we go to the next slide, this talks a little bit about the impact if we were to do a general fund appropriation for the purchase of the property. Number one, it would decrease the fund balance all the way back to where it was in the 2012 timeframe. It could impact the bond rating for the city. And what that would mean is that if the bond rating were lowered, if the city wanted to borrow new money, it would likely cost, the interest rate would be a little higher. Any debt that's currently outstanding wouldn't change the payment or our interest rate, but it would on future borrowings. The other thing I'd mention is that if we were to purchase the property out of fund balance, it would likely take years to build it back to where it currently is. And then the last thing, which probably right now is my biggest concern, is we wouldn't be as prepared for a recession or an unforeseen event like we're experiencing right now with COVID-19. We go to the next slide. So as we look at potential sources of funding for the purchase of the property, one thing that could be done, and we've kind of had some discussions and not really come up with anything that we would call likely or substantial, but you could sell property that's owned by the city. You could make an outright purchase and appropriate the money and then make a conscious effort to rebuild fund balance. Or the last option, which is one that we've explored and had some good discussions and think that it's an option that the council really should consider, is to do a 10-year loan, an interfund loan with energy. The state actually allows governmental entities to do interfund loans up to 10 years. We would recommend a 10-year loan with an even principal payment of $490,053. We'd also recommend a variable interest rate equal to the monthly state pool rate. And what happens is we have a substantial or the majority of our funds with the city invested with the Utah State Pool, and that rate varies on a monthly basis and provides the city a good return on that money. And one of the things that's in the guidelines that are provided in state code is that if you're going to do an interfund loan, your interest rate needs to be at least equal to the current return you're getting on your invested funds. And that kind of protects the fund that's extending the loan. And to be safe and to make sure that energy would get the same return they would get if their money was just invested with the state pool, is we would recommend varying that rate on a monthly basis as the rate changes like it does in the state pool.
John, we have a question from Mr. Fillmore.
Okay.
John, just want to round out my picture a little bit more. If we buy this property, does it have some inherent annual revenue potential above and beyond grant matching? I mean, are we looking to generate profit from this 29 acres?
I would say it could. I would say not likely. Well, let me give you some options. I don't see it being revenue generating property, but if we were to look at some of the options or things that that Steve shared, is, you know, if we found a courier or a carrier that wanted to come in and buy some of the property from the city, or if we were going to sell some hangars with the property, that would provide some money coming back in. But as far as
rent the same, right?
What's that?
Or rent the same. If you were renting the facility, there's some annual revenue for you.
Right. And with Duncan Aviation, for example, we actually rent or lease to them the property that their building's on. And we could wind up in that type of situation too, with a new tenant that would be there, whether it be a hangar or whether it be you know,
Cargo carrier.
That's right. And so those are opportunities that could come down. But I would say that I think that the real interest, and you could hear a little bit more from Steve or even Wayne or the mayor, but I think that one of the reasons that this property is really attractive is because of the grant match, and also because it's an investment in the airport going forward, as far as giving us more options and being consistent with what we're trying to accomplish at the airport.
Yeah, John, in answer to your question, Mr. Fillmore, it probably would not be generating a lot of revenue right off the bat, but it absolutely will in the future of the airport. We don't have property on the airport that doesn't generate revenue. I mean, you know, other than our runways, but they generate all the other revenue. So we try and lease out as much of the ground as we can, and we try and use it for commercial uses as much as possible. That gives us fuel revenue, that gives us parking revenue, that gives us lease revenue. So it will be revenue generating as it becomes part of the airport.
Good, good. One last question. On a prior slide, you showed an expanded area around the airport that was shaded in pink. Is that acreage that you view as prospective acquisition?
I think you're talking about the area. Can we back that up to the slide that is our master plan slide, John? Further? Nope, too far. No, one more.
There we go.
Okay,
what
so
are you telling us with the pink shading there?
That is part of our airport master plan that we just recently completed, that we'll be bringing to all of you shortly for adoption. That has been in our old master plan as well. That is called the Airport Protection Zone. That is not an area that we are necessarily looking to acquire. We don't go out shopping for a property out there, but anyone who wants to sell their land out there, we want to be potential buyers. But the main thing that is showing us, the Airport Protection Zone, just says you cannot have high density housing in those areas. Whatever the zoning for housing is right now is as high a density as it can go. We can't upzone it to higher density. It can be anything else. The owners could zone it as commercial, could zone it as any other zone that we have other than residential. The reason for that is to prevent encroachment into noise sensitive areas and safety sensitive areas near the airport. Most airports try and do this. This is our version. The only area the master plan said we should acquire and look at acquiring as soon as possible is the Durant parcel.
Okay. So if you could get it for free, you'd love to have it, but it's not part of your acquisition plan.
That is correct. If we could get it for free, or if we could purchase it at a reasonable price and we had the money to buy it, we would absolutely like to be buyers. But we're not out pushing for it, no.
So in interest of time, what is it you need from us at this point, Mr. Gleason?
We just need a go, no go on the options that John has presented to purchase this property. I know this is a really tough time to make an investment like this, but unfortunately, this is the time when the investment came up and is needed.
Yeah,
which it wasn't.
Councilman Handley, if you could go back to the final slide, there's one important point that I want to just make with the council, and then I can share a couple other things. So as far as the way that that this would be recommended to be paid back would be from the following sources, okay? And one of the ways that I see this, if the council decided they wanted to go forward, is that each year there would be a conscious decision on how this payment, this interfund loan payment would be made. And I think in the early years, as Steve mentioned, it's likely that it would need to be done through a general fund transfer. But the hope is as the terminal gets completed, as we get additional airlines with scheduled service in at the airport, as we have additional parking revenue coming in, that we'll be watching, looking at that airport revenue, and where the airport has the funding available, we would try to have the airport actually make that payment up, all or a portion of that payment. And that would be looked at each year. But it's important to understand that in the early years, specifically in 2021 and likely 22, it would be general fund transfers that would be making the payment.
And also, I neglected to mention, remember that because we're using this as grant match, eventually this property is paid for by the federal government. We're saving a certain amount of dollars, up to $400,000 a year in grant match that we would have to otherwise make. This way we don't have to make the grant match, and we have property to show for it at the other end. I hesitate to say it's free property, but over a long period of time, as we use it as grant match, it essentially is purchased by the federal government on our behalf. But we're making the payments back to the Energy Department.
I just want to make one quick comment, and then Mr. Hoban has a question. My preference would be for the interfund loaned option. I do think that it's not a question of whether or not we have a recession on our hands, nor is it a question of whether or not we have unforeseen circumstances on our hands. We have both, and I'm uncomfortable draining our surplus at this point for this when we have a pretty clear and present danger going on right now in the community. I don't know if anyone really has a sense of whether or not or how much of that money would be necessary to help the city in times of need, but it seems like we're in for a long, difficult struggle as a nation and as a community, and I just don't feel comfortable using that money for this at this point. But I think if there's an interfund loan opportunity, that seems to be a preferable way to go about it. Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, well, actually, that was going to be my question, I guess, to John, perhaps, is do the recent circumstances make you a little more nervous to use the fund balance? I've got a couple questions, yes. But I'll start with that one.
Yeah, I would say yes, and I think Councilman Handley, he just explained my exact feelings. I am quite concerned. I think we all know that is coming. It's just nobody really knows to the magnitude or the length of time. And so I think this is, if the council is supportive and wants to make the purchase of the property, then I think the interfund loan is the appropriate way. And when we've done our homework and everything that we're recommending is according to state code. The important thing is that if we go this route, we just have to make sure that each year we make it a priority and we find a solution to make this payment either through a general fund transfer or through the airport revenues. The other thing that I would mention is that we noticed the appropriation for tonight's meeting, but we did not do a notice for the interfund loan, and so we don't really have an option of approving this tonight. So I believe it's been continued, and what we would look for if the council's supportive and wants to would be a date in an upcoming meeting where it could be set to be approved by the council if they do decide they want to do so.
In the interest of time, is there any reservations about that proposal from Mr. Borgett?
George, if you wanted to make a motion along the lines that you raised just a few minutes ago, I'll second it.
Okay, I will move that we direct Mr. Borgett and the staff to come back with a proposal for an interfund loan from Energy to help fund this project, that we would consider at an upcoming meeting. Mr. Harding.
I would just it's semantics, but I think it's probably better to request than direct.
I would request. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, let's see. Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
Mr. Harding?
Yes.
Mr. Sewell?
Yes.
Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
And I will say a yes as well, so we're unanimous. All right, thank you, Mr. Borgett and Mr. Gleason. We appreciate your time. We have allotted a 10-minute break. I'm going to request that we make it back here in 5. Maybe your breaks can be shorter since you're at home. So please come back at as close to 3:12 as you can make it. And I would recommend that you turn off your video and audio.
Can anyone hear me?
I can.
Okay, great.
Yes, and it's still broadcasting, just so you know.
Okay. Are we on a break?
Yeah.
We're on a 5-minute break. We'll come back in about 2 more minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, for you in the council conference or the city conference room, I have just taken you off of mute. be aware that we are currently broadcasting, and when the chair calls on you, you can take it from there. I have you both up computer visual. You've got both the mayor's computer and Scott Henderson, I think, is probably the room there. So both will be accessible to you. Remember to keep the computer mics off and use the overhead.
Testing. Can you hear this?
I can.
If you're testing from the conference room, yes, we can hear you.
Great. And can you see the conference room?
It'll be through the mayor's link that we'll use for that. So I'll hit.
Do you see the image for the mayor?
Yes, we need the mayor to bring up her computer visual. And you'll be using the overhead as the mic. Karen, can you take, oh, you're doing it on the screen.
Are we ready to get started again?
Karen, are we ready?
I'm ready to start again as soon as Karen is.
It looks like they're ready in the conference room. You'll be queuing on Mayor Michelle Kafusi's screen for that presentation, but they'll be using the overhead audio.
Just so you know, we haven't had the ability to stop the broadcast or, you know, cover up the broadcast like we usually do on a break. So it's live the entire time.
Which is why I muted all the
Yeah.
microphones.
All right, but we are ready to start again. So we will go on to item number 7, which is an update on the city center, and this will be presented by a number of people. It looks like Mr. Henderson, Scott Henderson, Director of Parks and Recreation, David Walter, Redevelopment Director, and Keith Jim Miguel of Provo City Fire Department. Take it away, Mr. Henderson.
Well, thank you very much, council members, for this opportunity to talk about the City Center project. As you can see, I'm joined by the best of the best on this presentation, so we'll be hearing from them just a little bit later. Going to the next slide, John, the theme of this presentation is really more on project budget and scope themes. You can see from this, we list the bond language, and every successful project has a mission, and we take our mission from that bond language because that set the tone. And to read the part below, that is what we are really in setting our priorities and focusing on, is acquiring, constructing, and equipping in the downtown area a new police and fire headquarters, emergency dispatch center, and city hall, and acquiring, constructing, and equipping a new fire station to replace the fire station on Canyon Road. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we are looking at setting these priorities on the budget. On the next slide, we show some of the ever-changing characteristics of this project. We talked about balancing from the start, and that balancing continues to this day. We have made a commitment throughout this entire process during the design to balance at every stage. We're not taking a ostrich head in the sand approach. We are making sure we address issues when we have them and make those decisions.
Great, my screen's.
Go ahead.
All right, so continue forward.
Yes, please.
Okay. So in those elements, we talk a lot about some of the early design collaboration factors and variables that have come into this. That we involve the directors and leaders in every area. We found many requests coming out of these and where we had to use some prioritization. The public processes have provided us guidance. Also, Provo and Provo City operations in a dynamic organization like we work in, those are always evolving and changing. The commitment to sustainability in both an environmental and an efficiency standpoint has been a large part of this project in its early design. And then really talking about present and future needs of the community. And then let's throw a pandemic virus in the middle of this project also. So all of these things are factors. Everything affects the project. So, and another element of that is the new redevelopment of the old city center site and its impact on the project also. Early on in schematic design, which is an early design, which is not rare in project management, but we were approximately $5 million over the funding allocation after schematic design. But that's after kind of everybody has weighed in and has put in their wish list. And there's always some pairing that has to go back and forth on that. We utilize some techniques of changing the structural system, which does not compromise the structural system, but changing the type to a framed steel system. We also simplified the site. We looked at some different interior finishes, and then a big factor was reducing the underground parking height, because anytime with the water table, the deeper you go in the ground, the more expensive you get. But this is where a conversation was started about Fire Station 1, and Chief Miguel will cover that here in a moment. Right at the pre-construction design, things were going really, really well. We were getting our different contractor trades going through, and things were going well in budget. And then we got to our electrical contractor, and we had made some changes looking at environmental sustainability, and we had moved over to an electrical heating system instead of a gas, which would allow us to accomplish some of our goals that we're trying to do with sustainability. So that increased some of the costs, but it's also, that is, I guess, a characteristic of the current construction, is that electrical contractors are in short supply and the costs are going up in that area. And that was about $1.4 million in this last discussion. And then that's where we started bringing up the conversations about the old city center site and looking at the project responsibilities that we may have on that site. So on the next page, what we're seeing on this is an intersection of project balancing and point of time decision in the community. So as I said, part of the schematic design discussion was the fire station downtown, and Chief's going to go into those, but he will talk about a study to really determine where the best station location is and what needs to be done, and then also how any development of a station on this block would have impacts on new development. And then David Walter will talk about the impacts on the new city center project and whether costs in or out can be negotiated into the redevelopment of the former city center site. And then he'll also go into the logistics of a public-private partnership. So at this point, I'm going to turn the discussion over to Chief Miguel and then David Walter to discuss these specific situations.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. The fire station that exists in downtown is a critical piece of our infrastructure to provide fire services throughout our community. We have an ambulance that is stationed downtown. We also have our heavy rescue that is cross-staffed and downtown. The concerns that we have for future growth in the downtown are the density, the increase in density that we are seeing. We're seeing more apartments and more people per square acre than we ever thought we would imagine. Not only that, but we're seeing some plans that have come through, and we're going up. We're going up 6 stories. We're going up as much as 14 stories. That density causes us some great concern with our current fire protection levels and our current staffing levels. The other thing is that Provo there's a lot of Provo that is aging, and it's just a given that as a city ages, their fire services, the need for fire services increase. Even more so as the city ages and the city is responsible for emergency medical services. The demand on emergency medical services tends to rise, and which has happened over the last many years. We know that the current site that we sit on is functional, and it has served well for many, many years, and would probably continue to serve well, but there are some other factors that we are concerned about. And as a result of those other factors, including the density, including the changes that are taking place downtown, we are wanting to do really a first ever Provo Fire Rescue facilities and staffing plan. And this would take us, basically, we'd like to do a fire plan that would match the 2050 plan that you have established, and it would tell us what fire services should look like as the city grows between now and 2050. There are some concerns other than the downtown that we need to actually take into consideration. It was a year ago that we really weren't anticipating any significant change at the airport. And then some wonderful things happened, and we are going to do some terrific development at the airport. But you cannot increase commercial flights in and out of our airport without increasing fire protection. For every plane that goes in and out of the airport that's a commercial flight, fire protection needs to be on site. And currently we are covering that by coming from Station 4 and moving over to the airport, or we're hiring, depending on the length of time and how close the flights are on a day, we're using overtime to cover those flights so that we can meet the requirements of the FAA. And then we have the West Side growth. And when I arrived here, one of the things that we began, and for those of you who may not know, I've only been here about 3.5 years, but we began to discuss what was happening on the West Side. And we started to take a look at the West Side and what fire services were needed. At the same time, we were working on the West Side Master Plan. And we know that in order to cover the West Side, there's going to need to be some additional fire services. And we've talked about, just in general, we've talked about a fire station number 6 that would be in the northwest, that would be up near somewhere in the vicinity of the high school, or at least along Geneva Road. But we don't have a really good picture of what this should look like at build-out. And so we would like to, we will be bringing you a proposal that asks you to fund a study. We anticipate that study will be somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000, but we are going to be before you to ask to fund a study that will tell us, as the city grows, it will tell us where the best long-term locations for our fire stations are. It will tell us what the appropriate staffing levels would be for not only the fire problem that exists, but the square mileage of the city, but also the density in the downtown and some of the other challenges that we have. And so without going into a lot of explanation about fire protection, and I will be talking to you next week about fire needs, and I'll spend probably the first 15 or 20 minutes just giving you an overview of the fire department and kind of the goals, the goals that we have set, and how fire protection is based to provide services to a city this size. So we believe, in conclusion, we believe that it really would make sense, given the potential redevelopment of the site downtown, and given the fact that we had a fire station down there We believe that we need a fire station in the greater downtown area. We just don't know that given the redevelopment and given its current location, that there isn't a better site, potentially moving it to the west or moving it a little bit to the north, or basically now there's never been a better time to study the fire protection issue in Provo City. Any questions or anything for me? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here. So what I'm going to be kind of focused on is we have a block of property here in the downtown, roughly 3.68 acres, that once the new city center is up and operating, that we will have available for development, which single owner is going to be a rarity in the downtown as it exists now. So in order to more effectively engage Center Street with the development, we propose that it's probably optimum for a mixed-use type of product where we would have office or retail on the ground floor with some stacked housing on top of it and some associated parking with it. So we have prepared a request for proposal / request for qualifications. We're ready to go out and to take a look at that. And depending the outcome of, you know, what would be Station 1, whether it's going to stay on the property or not, we think will change a little bit the process of selecting a developer. But we're excited about the possibility of what we can and can't, you know, what we will be able to do on the block and how we'll be able to continue the vibrancy of our downtown and more effectively engage this more westerly portion of Center Street. So that's what I have. If you have any questions for me.
Any questions?
Yes, I have one.
Sorry, who is that? Mr.
Me,
Harding.
David Harding. So with the, sorry, I'm getting some echo feedback. With the purchase or with the redevelopment of this block, who would own the property long term? Are we looking to sell it, or are we looking just to lease the land for development?
Examining we would be examining a long-term lease or a sale. I mean, we'd be examining both options.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. You can speak up.
Okay, we would be looking at both options, either a sale of the property or a long-term lease for the development of the property.
I'm glad you're looking at both options. I would encourage that we look carefully at a long-term lease. In big cities, as cities grow, I think the owning property downtown is in the city government's best interest.
We think that there are a lot of strategic advantages to having the long-term lease. Certainly isn't going to be cheap to go out and try to replicate another acre of property in the downtown. So we think that there are tactical advantages to having the long-term lease.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Walter.
So looking forward on the city center project, what we have proposed as part of both the balancing and scope is that the Central Fire Station #1 funding be assessed at the end of the project once the site and the fire station size is determined. I think this will create a motivated project management. Also, we have both the fire chief and the mayor on our internal project steering committee, so they'll be very focused on cost savings and efficiency within the project to create the funding elements for the fire station at the end. But this also helps balance the project and make sure we are funded moving forward on the construction. And then give you an idea of what is involved with the new redevelopment block is there's about $2.7 million in costs associated with the old city center site, and some of which were not identified in the feasibility study, which determined the bond amount. But that includes asbestos removal, demolition, and then also moves into the development of that site if there was no redevelopment that came from an outside party. So I think we can really analyze those responsibilities, and that can help balance this last part as we're going into and completing construction design. It also creates a healthier city center project, because just looking at both the construction climate and some of the things that have been thrown at us, while managing this project, including this latest pandemic, which could have influence on both construction costs, up or down, and or supply lines, we need to have an owner's contingency that we have in place for the construction, and if it's not used then it could work towards the final part of this project, which would be the fire station. We still commit to that project management line of in budget and on time, and that commitment remains the same, and we're looking at planning on starting construction in April, and this will be a 2-year construction cycle for this type of building. So I thought now's a great time to bring in our talented architect and show us some visuals of what we can expect out of this project on the site.
Good afternoon. To finish out this section, I'm excited to be able to kind of present to you the development of the project. As Scott had mentioned, we've been working diligently to try to meet the functionality needs for the public safety and the city hall. We've also been working very tightly, as you can sense, on the budget aspect and meeting the budget, but also at the same time in delivering a project that we think is reflective of Provo City as it moves into the future, that relates to Center Street, that becomes a gateway entrance into your city, coming off of the freeway. And so what you see here is the front entrance. The street that runs from left to right in front of you is Center Street, and the one fading off to the right is 500 West. And you can see that there is a public plaza area out front. The materials on the building that we're using are trying to be reflective again of the historical aspect of Center Street. We're using brick in large quantities. Both the two colors that you see on the left-hand side are out of brick masonry. The more textured material that you see off to the right-hand side is what we call GFRC, but it's glass fiber reinforced concrete panels that are actually fall into the masonry realm and will be installed by a mason, but they reflect that, and you can see the sense of it. The building is 160,000 square feet, 5 stories in height. There is an underground parking area, a secured parking area for public safety and staff as well. So you can see the frontage, and as it runs along, we have met with planning, and all of the street frontages will meet the requirements of the city standards. So we're planning on that. Next slide. Looking from the rear of the building, this will show you a little bit of kind of the intent. We're up at a bird's eye level here so you can get an overview. I didn't mention in the previous slide the placement of the Covey Center. Obviously, it was a major driving force in working around that Covey Center, and its functionality stays in place with access to the loading dock and access to the entrance as well. But you will see that we've provided a public parking area that will be immediately off of it in the foreground here, and then there will be an entrance that goes through from this east side into the building that will circulate through and connect up with the entrance from the plaza area in the previous image that you saw. There is a secured outdoor parking area for the patrol officers in the left foreground here that you can see in front of the building. That is a secure area for them to have their patrol vehicles parked. You can also see just in front of that, the white vehicle going down a ramp that takes you down to the underground parking area. We have tried to capitalize on the green space that is in this area. We hope that with the future development that will occur on the site, that this will start to merge into and also set the tone for a beautiful central gathering place downtown for the city. Next image. Moving to the interior of the building, this is actually showing you the public space as you come in from the outdoor plaza area on the northwest corner. There is this grand stair that goes up through the building for 4 stories, and it's an open, clear story space that goes up for those 4 stories and brings daylighting into it, as well as glass on both ends of this circulation area. In the far end that you see down at the end is the public calendar, where the public will primarily be interacting with staff and coming into. Next image. This is looking from the opposite direction with the public counter on the right-hand side in the foreground here. The public safety portion of the building is on the left-hand side. The city hall operation is on the right-hand side of this public circulation area. Again, you can see the stairway going up. Actually, the city council chambers and the entrance to the city council chambers are down on the far right at the end of this hall, which takes us to the next image, and it puts you in city council chambers. This is the space. It's a high volume ceiling. You can see it's a very nice modern feel to it. It'll be a fixed dais. It'll have a nice backdrop, and then there'll be a very polished finish. The white area that surrounds the logo and the wood element, this is all in wood that you see here, and then the white element around it is actually non-transparent glass. So it'll have a very shiny appearance to it, and it'll look very nice. So with that, just gives you kind of an overview of the project and where we are. We have tried to be very prudent with the city's dollars and meet the budget and meet the functional needs of the project. But we also think that we're delivering to you a project that you can be proud of and will lead the city into the future. So any questions you may have for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a question. Thank you very much for this presentation, and it's very exciting to think about the future here. I'm wondering what the status is of our ambition to net zero ready.
So Scott had alluded to the fact that the building is all electric. We have made that commitment. That did come at the cost of some additional dollars to make that happen, but it is an all-electric building, and thus it is net zero ready. And it will be very efficient. All the lighting will be LED through the building. The building will have, as well as being efficient, it will be fully on emergency backup power, so that emergency operations can stay in operation through some of the recent types of events that we have seen and into the future. So it's very safe. It's also a very stable and seismically safe building, built to the highest code level that we're put forth to build it at. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Any other questions, the presenters? Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm curious how the exterior of the building was shaped or designed to be pedestrian friendly. It looks like there's some access points to the underground parking on Center Street, and then it looks like there's a parking lot runs along, what is that, Fifth West,
So I'm not sure I got all that. You broke up a little bit, but let me try to respond the best I can, and you ask further questions as needs be. We're not providing any additional parking on 500 West. We're not anticipating that. We have added a few stalls along Center Street from what is currently there, but we will be maintaining the parking, the street parking that is currently on Center Street. You saw the public area in the second image that we showed, public parking. They're closest to the building. There is additional parking in the interim plan that is on the same property as the redevelopment, and the redevelopment RFP, RFQ will address that parking that would need to be maintained in some form into the future. So does that answer the parking question?
Accessibility, maybe too. I thought the first part was accessibility.
Well, here's my question.
Pedestrian friendly.
Maybe it shows the outside of Center Street and Fifth West.
The building is fully accessible from all public entrances. It will be accessible. There's actually, we have put the building up on a little bit of a plinth to make it more prominent, but you'll notice on the left-hand side of the image that you see here, there is a handicap ramp that will take you up to that. There's also a similar ramp at the back of the building that will take you in, and it's fully accessible into the building, and it's fully accessible at all levels and all places within the building.
Oh yeah, thank you. My question's around pedestrian access and safety. So my concern is that there is this parking entrance on Center Street, and how will that interface with pedestrians? And then further down on Fifth West, I thought I saw that the parking garage, is there a parking garage on Fifth West that is adjacent to the sidewalk?
I think what you're referring to on Center Street is actually, there is from the lower level parking area, there is an exit onto Center Street. It is not an entrance, it is an exit only. And it's there for emergency vehicle use and access. In the case that the other entrance was blocked off, they would have the ability to get out. There is no parking access off of 500 West. So just to clarify that question, there's nothing off of 500 West that would for parking.
Off of First South, there is access.
Off of 100 South, there is multiple access points that go to the second image. So there are multiple access points along this that go into that secure parking area just in front of the building on the left-hand side. There's also the public access. It's a one-way in, one-way out circulation through there that you have from that point. So does that answer your question? And also the access down to the lower ramp that you see in between those two.
Okay. This, I'm looking at, it would be immediately south of the building on Fifth West. That I think it's the secure police parking. Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
Here's the confusion. That's 100 South. That's probably where the confusion is coming in.
Oh, okay.
And 500 West would be hidden behind the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, can we go back? I think it's just one slide before this. Okay, one more. I'm looking for the one that shows kind of the hallway.
That would be, there we go.
Yes, can we have the other view closer to the, yeah, that one right there. I think in previous times of looking at this, I think I talked about how cramped it looked, particularly where the bottom of the staircase comes down. We've got our main entrance there. I think the entrance to the council chambers are all there. I think I've raised that previously, and just in watching this again, and I should say there's so much to be excited about this building. I think you guys have done overall a great job. I just would feel amiss if I don't mention a couple, concerns or potential concerns while we're going through it. But not just by the bottom of the stairs, that entrance and the council chambers entrance, but even all the way through this hall. Maybe it's just the perspective of the rendering, but the whole thing feels a tad cramped. I don't know, I'll defer to the architect's expertise, but if you would just kind of take a look, and or if you haven't, or it feels a little cramped all the way throughout this hallway, where this I think is the kind of the most important public area of the building.
I appreciate you bringing up that concern, and just to clarify, I see, in looking at this view, I see exactly what you're saying. I think the view is a little bit, doesn't tell the true story. If down at the end of this hall, there is a substantial open area beyond those stairs and where the council area is that doesn't really reflect very well in this rendering, and I apologize for that. The narrowest point, the public area has an hourglass shape to it. More or less in the center, it comes to the closest point, and then it widens going out to both entrances. At the narrowest point is 16 feet. And that would be about where the woman is tying the shoelaces of the cowboy boots there, which I didn't know she did. But anyway, that's
nice
about the narrowest point. That's the narrowest point in the building, and it does open up substantially beyond both entrances, intentionally where those entrances are, and the majority of the people will be located. But we could share a little bit more information with you, maybe one-on-one, to show you how it is more open than what's probably being illustrated here.
Hey, we've
Thank
got
you.
Time for just maybe one or two more questions. Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, I know you guys have put a lot of work and effort into this, a lot of detail, and I know that you put in the parents' lounge. I think that's fantastic. And this, I don't want to design from the dais, but my concern is if we have this open stair concept, is that people who wear skirts or dresses might there might be too much what's the word? Too much might be seen if people wearing skirts and dresses are moving up and down the stairway.
I think your comment is well received, and that will be addressed.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the conclusion of the presentation?
It is, yes.
Okay. We so appreciate all the work that's going on, and we look forward to continuing our conversations with you. And it sounds very, very exciting. And I'm sure if there are specific questions, we can reach out to you individually. All right, we'll move on to item number 8, which is a brief explanation and overview of for the Municipal Council on the Central Corridor Study. The Transportation and Mobility Advisory Committee is also invited to participate with the council. This has been given 30 minutes. We're 5 minutes behind, so we're making progress on catching up. And this will be presented by Dixon Holmes and Mary De La Mare Schaefer.
Okay, greetings, council. Yeah. Okay, so we have a couple consultants with UTA and with UDOT. So we have Mary De La Mare Schaefer and Shane, also with Horrock. So they'll both be presenting on this, and I'll turn the time over to them, and we'll go from there. Mary and Shane, are you both there?
I wonder, is this Shane Winters?
No.
Shane Marshall.
Shane Marshall with Horrocks.
I just unmuted Shane Marshall.
Okay, excellent.
But I don't see Mary. Has she been?
I think they may be together. They may be together at the same location. Shane or Mary, you both there?
Hmm. They're listed as panelists, so
yeah, and they had the connection.
All right. Unmuted. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, great. Can you see us on the screen at all?
We can see your slideshow.
Okay, great. We're delighted to have some time. This is Mary Delamar Schaefer. I'm the Regional General Manager. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm the Regional General Manager for UTA in Utah County, and I'm a Provo City alumni, as Dixon well knows. I worked for Provo City from 98 to 2007, so I always consider myself a part of the Provo gang. This is the first time where there's a number of council members who I don't know. So I moved to Provo in 1975 to go to the BYU, and I was lucky enough to come back and work for Provo City, worked in city government for over 30 years, and came to UTA about 3.5 years ago. So what's exciting about the project that we're going to tell you about today is that it was initiated by the cities in Utah County. So Orem City gathered all of us together, all the cities from Provo to Lehigh, and started talking about what do we do to move transit forward. I think we can all agree that transit really transformed with the opening of UVX in 2018. So UVX, as you all know, has been a great success. Our goal was 2 years out to have 11,000 boardings per day. Before the COVID virus hit, we were regularly getting 12,000 boardings per day. So we got together as all the cities, and the cities said, what can we do to move the next transit project forward? And that's how the Central Corridor Transit Study began. UDOT is the project manager, and this is an interesting thing, that UDOT and UTA are strong partners, and together we are working on this project with our cities. So the goal is to improve transportation, and nobody's being territorial about how we move that forward. Is everybody with me and hearing?
Yes, I think we can hear you just fine.
Great. I'll just plow through until you stop me, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
So the goal of the study, pardon?
That sounds good. This is George.
Great, thank you all.
I'll interrupt you.
Oh, hi, thank you, council member.
Well,
Thank
I'll interrupt you if we have any questions along the way, but go ahead.
Great, thank you. I would like to let you know, despite the downturn in transit ridership due to the coronavirus, that we are still currently boarding about 3,300 boardings per day on just UVX. So that's a really interesting statistic for us, that with the students no longer in school, that we're still providing more ridership than we did on the regular bus before we opened UVX. So the goal of the Central Corridor Transit Study is to evaluate a high-capacity transit project like UVX. We have to look at whether it's what mode we're going to use. So the modes we look at are bus rapid transit, light rail, commuter rail, and we have to figure out the alternatives. These are expensive projects, even with BRT being a less expensive alternative than light rail or commuter rail by far. It's something we have to be very, very thoughtful and careful of, and make sure that we're getting it right in the right place for the right population. Oh, okay. Can y'all see me now? Great. Yeah. So it's also very important to us that we have a very transparent and collaborative process. Good transit only happens, and good transportation improvements only happen when people who live in the communities have say and input and shape on how those projects happen. You want to go to the next slide? That'd be great. So you know about a high-capacity transit system because of UVX. It serves as a backbone in the system, and I like to remind people that it isn't the project to solve all of our problems. It's a major project like UVX, and you have to have other transit intersecting with it or other modes. Provo did a good example by initiating your scooter program and your bike share program that's going to come. That solves some first and last mile problems for transit, and we don't want something high capacity to try to take care of all of those issues. The characteristics for what you see in UVX carries a lot of passengers. We can put more than 100 people on a single UVX bus, for example. It's frequent and reliable. UVX, for example, runs every 6 minutes on peak and 10 minutes off peak. It operates often in its own right-of-way, and you see that where we have exclusive bus lanes. And it features different kind of vehicles. We use an articulated bus in UVX, and it's also a hybrid bus that we're using. Next slide, please. I'm not going to walk you through all this, but this is something you can go back and look at. When we talk about what mode should we use when we're looking at the Central Corridor study, here's what we're reviewing. Bus rapid transit, I've just talked a lot about that, and you know about that with UVX. Light rail, which we have in downtown Salt Lake City, and commuter rail, which is front runner, which we're all familiar with. So we've got to look at each one of these and say, how are we best served? Next slide, please. This study builds on some other work that's already happened in the region, and particularly through Mountain Land Association of Governments. We have a Northern Utah County Transit study that was done in 2015. This is certainly a project that's in MAG's Regional Transportation Plan, which belongs to all the cities in the county. Everyone participated in putting that plan together that was just recently updated. Certainly it plays on the success of UVX and what we've learned. UVX doesn't go to all the major places, for example, that Provo is interested, and we know that Utah Valley Regional Medical Center is one of those places. So that's the kind of connection that we're looking at this future project. And then how does it work with existing transit throughout the county? Next slide, please. Here talks about our process. It's a process that you'd be familiar with in any planning process. The star is where we are now. So we've done some very initial work. We collected data by doing one-on-one interviews with every city that's involved in this process. We established some of the project context, and we have participation from all the cities about what the purpose and need, which is what we just went through. We now are developing the range of alternative routes that it might be on, and we're starting to screen those. So that's where we are where the yellow star is we're starting to screen those alternatives. We have it, like most planning processes that you're familiar with, we have a technical advisory committee that's got staff on it, and then we have an executive committee that's got the upper management or the mayor or both on that committee. We also have started some public outreach and stakeholder engagement. It's been interesting that even at this very initial stage where we don't have a lot to show anybody, we've received, I think, 88 comments now from people interested in what we're doing. We have a lot of interest, of course, from people who are affiliated with BYU and UVU. Between those two institutions, we think there are about 100,000 people between their staff and the students, and we certainly see how that's reflected in what's happened in UVX. Next slide, please. So we've talked about the kickoff. We did a bus tour with our executive committee. We went out and rode one of our regular buses and then transferred over to UVX so they could get a flavor of some of the transit and how that works. We're looking at I've talked you through what we're doing right now, formalizing project purpose and need, and then looking at the alternatives. So those are all the activities we've done so far. I won't talk more about that. Next slide, please. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir to talk about why a project like this might be needed. We all know that our roads cannot handle our future growth, and we're concerned about how we're going to retain the quality of life that we currently enjoy in Utah County. I'm an American Fork resident, and I can tell you that my Main Street and State Street blew up while I was commuting to Salt Lake for 10 years, and I wonder what happened. It's happening all over the county. I think it surprises us that we can't manage the traffic and the increased need for transportation. The maps that you see there on the slide, they show you in 2015 what we look like, and then by 2050 what the congestion looks like. It's a future that we're all familiar with and concerned about. Next slide, please. So this is really just talking more about what I already said. We're looking for something that will provide reliable, frequent, and high-capacity transit between Lehigh and Provo. And we have Front Runner, but Front Runner has limitations and purposes that are different. This is within the county that we're looking for an alternative. It also very important that this transit project support the land use and economic development goals of each of the cities that it serves. So it's super important to us that be driven by what you all are saying is important in your future. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through this just really quickly. This is how we're looking at it, like any good evaluation process. We start broad, we get alternatives, we start to winnow it down with some evaluation criteria. We get more detailed until we get something where we say, yeah, this is the one that meets the criteria that we're really working towards. That's the process that we're in. Next slide. At the level 1 alternatives, this is how we're thinking about evaluating those. I think this is, again, repetitive, some of the things I've just said, looking at future land use, looking at future transportation networks, getting feedback from your staff and from you all about what's important and how to evaluate these alternatives. Next, please. Data is critical. This has to be data-driven, so we want to know what's the ridership potential. We want to know how it's going to fit or work with the rest of our transportation network. We want to know whether it's going to be compatible with what we want from our communities. We want to know how it's going to work with transit-oriented development and what the potential is for transit-oriented development with this project. Cost and constructability are critical. We are known for being cost conscious in Utah County. So we want to know that our dollars are going to be spent wisely and we're going to do the right thing for the long term. And we want to know the environmental effects. Next slide. So here's a timeline that gives you an idea of where we're headed. We expect to have an alternative by late fall 2021. Of course, like every other project, right now the virus is putting us all a little bit off schedule, but it doesn't hurt for us to be thoughtful. I do want to add that online right now we have Kent Millington, who is our UTA trustee. I don't know whether Kent can speak into the meeting or not, but he is certainly a part of this process, watching out for us here in Utah County, as well as up at headquarters and in Salt Lake City. I think that's the end. Is that our last slide? Yeah, that's our last slide. I hope I didn't go too fast, and I hope I didn't bore you. So I always have both concerns. Like I said, we do have public launch that we did in March. And this is where you can get information about the project. This is where people can call in and give us concerns or comments or email to us. So we're happy to have that being publicized through your meeting today.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? And I'm getting a notice from Cliff that Kent should be able to talk. I don't see him listed anywhere as a participant or as a panelist.
He's listed as an attendee.
Oh.
And I've tried to promote him a couple of times here, so he may be in the panelist column now.
I just promoted him as well. There he is. Yeah. So he's here if he would like to make a comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. We do appreciate your interest and the time to present this study and the work that's being done to promote some additional bus rapid transit systems, or some kind of additional system that would facilitate more transit as Utah County continues to grow. We're just very interested in the feedback and the opportunity to hear from not only the political leaders but the residents of Utah County and how this might be best served. So thank you very much for taking the time to hear this presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, just some quick feedback. I'm thrilled. I'm so excited to see this project coming along. Looking through the documentation previously, I'm glad that you're spending a lot of time looking at alignment and trying to figure out what makes the most sense. A lot of that seems to be kind of in the northern half of the project. Just from the area that I represent, the alignment as it comes into the intermodal hub here in Provo, I think matters a lot. I saw a couple different alignments, and there were actually more than a couple. And again, I'm glad that we're right now just broadly looking at them. But for example, I saw one that joins into University Ave pretty early. And I think that may be a missed opportunity to service more of the city if we have two high-capacity systems running along University, kind of overlapping there. Another one came across from the west along First North, which potentially had some difficulties if we are trying to use First North as kind of a corridor to pull some of the traffic off of Center Street. So just a couple pieces of feedback, hopefully early on. And again, I'm super excited about this project and glad that you're carefully looking at alignment.
Any other comments or questions?
Can you still hear me, Councilmember?
Yes.
I just want to thank the mayor's office for helping promote information about this project. They did a good big push for us on social media to get the word out. And as a result, I think we've gotten some good response, particularly from the BYU community.
Well, we hope our citizens will participate robustly, and hopefully your presentation today will help stimulate some of that awareness and interest to get the feedback that you need. Obviously, this is vital to our future to get this right and to plan for it. So we appreciate this effort. All right.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Oh, all of a sudden I can finally see you, Mary. I couldn't see you earlier. Now there you are.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for the time. We're very grateful. We'll come back anytime you'd like to hear more.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much. We'll let you know if we have any further questions. And again, we'll hope that the community of Provo will be, actively involved in giving you feedback.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next item, which is item number 9. This is an ordinance amending the Provo City General Plan relating to the Transportation Master Plan citywide application, and this will be presented by Robert Mills. Is Robert with us?
Actually, I'm going to turn everything over to Shane Winters for you.
Excellent. Shane, welcome.
Thank you, council members. Appreciate having this opportunity to follow up with you on the update to the master transportation plan. I have Vern on with us. I also have Dave Decker and Dave Grades are on with us to help maybe go through some of the questions that were presented to us. We don't have any specific follow-up presentation. As we were at the last meeting, it was requested that he provided, specific comments so that we could help gauge this conversation better on trying to follow up better with your concerns and the questions that we had that were presented to us at the council meeting. So we did provide back to you, compiled all those questions that were emailed to us, and we provided responses to those emails, or provided responses to those questions and concerns. I believe that was provided to you yesterday. And so I'd like to spend the time maybe going through some of those questions to see if the responses that we provided to you adequately address your concerns, or if there's additional follow-up that we need to have with this so that we can move forward on, again, addressing anything that you had and move forward with the Transportation Master Plan. So maybe I'll start by just asking, have all of you received that document?
Yes.
I believe so.
I have to say I haven't seen it. How was that sent and when?
That was sent to Cliff and to John at the council.
John sent it. Yeah, John sent it to us, I think yesterday afternoon.
1:45
p.m. I'm looking for it right now.
It's 1:45 p.m.
Yeah, I see it here. Okay, thank you.
The information is also listed in the chair notes, which were emailed out to you just prior to this meeting, so you can find the list there as well.
And so, yeah, we had been gathering as kind of we've been responding back and forth with, council members. Again, we compiled all questions that we've got, concerns from the council. We included them all in one document so that you can see them as a whole and how our responses to those kind of maybe integrated between responses and those things. So I'd like maybe just spend this time having that discussion and maybe addressing some of those specific concerns that you had. I know two areas of concern that really came out. Of course, 820 North that came out is probably the highest concern that we had. I think we provided responses to those. I know that the other major response, I think, was from Mr. Henley on potentially looking at vehicle mile reduction and those aspects. So, and maybe we just spend time walking through those. As we have this time, I kind of let, as far as those, I'm not sure how you'd like to go through these questions. If there's specific ones that you feel like we have not addressed, I'd probably like to get to those first and see how we can maybe respond more detailed or provide any additional information for that.
All right, thank you very much, Shane. And I'm sure I speak for everybody. I don't know if everyone has had a chance to adequately look through it, but I thought it was very helpful to have it all there together, and very much appreciate the responsiveness. Ms. Ellsworth has a question.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really great document. It's with us, it's the best information that we have to date. And I should have emailed you, but our last council meeting, I was concerned about connectivity in South Provo, and especially accessing parts of South Provo that are on opposite sides of the train tracks. And I think I was referencing, was it 4th South or 6th South, where there ought to be some connectivity between the East Bay area and the southeast part.
Okay. And I do recall that question. I think you were looking somewhere.
Just 1 second, Shane. I think for some reason her voice got cut off, even though she was still speaking. Shannon, we've lost your audio. I could tell she was still. Yeah, you're back.
Zoom just seemed to kick me out.
Okay, you're back on.
Oh, brother.
Oh. We can hear her. Huh. She does now. She apparently doesn't hear us. Hold on just one moment.
Can anyone hear me? Here for a second.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, my concern is for South Provo and the connectivity between one side of the railroad tracks and the other side of the railroad tracks. Has there been any more thought or inputs on that?
As more of a general type statement, and I think it was somewhat a little bit addressed in here, is trying to provide additional connectivity across the railroad tracks. You're very intimately aware that you have the railroad switching yard, and also we have the old city dump that is pretty much blocks that path from, getting across, I think from your neighborhood, as you mentioned before, to the west side. With the switching yard,
She's not able to hear you for some reason, and she's requested that we go on to another question, and hopefully we can come back to this one.
Okay.
I don't know what I don't know what happened there. Other questions for Shane or others from the council? I have a question. Oh, wait, Mr. Harding, go ahead.
I wanted to thank Mr. Winters. This has been a very helpful document, and there was one that I still had some questions on and was able to speak to Mr. Winters by phone yesterday evening, and that was very, very helpful. I think my question would just be kind of broad and procedural. A lot of these questions kind of have answers. And just moving forward, you know, you kind of said, well, that's a policy question and it depends on what the council wants to do. So what would be helpful as far as, you know, would it be good to get the council to weigh in on a few of these, you know, on these items and saying, yes, we'd like you to try to incorporate this, or, you know, no, we don't think we need to move on this right now. Is that helpful, or what are we looking, how do we get from here to the approval of the transportation master plan?
I think some of these, you're right. I think as we looked at them, were I think a big shift in policy. I think the master transportation plan, as we presented to you, incorporates or is based on current policy. For instance, the shift maybe from auto-centric to other types of transportation modes, transit, those kind of things. And the reduction, in that reduction of vehicle miles, I think that is a major policy shift that I think that we need to probably have more discussion outside of the master transportation plan, more of on a, is probably the recommendation is to have those discussions. I think has been brought up previously in looking at updating the general plan. I think as we do that, that's where I think we could start looking at, okay, what are the implications from a land use perspective and the changes from those kind of policies, how we can reduce vehicle miles or that auto-centric or other modes of transportation, and look at what that means as that policy shift. I don't think we're trying to introduce anything here to change policy necessarily, other than working with what the existing policy is. And so I think we've done Vern and his group, Parametrics, I think has done a good job in that context. Like we do, we recognize there is a change, just like previously with the transit plan. I think that was a good introduction as far as those other regionally significant modes of transportation, that as those studies get done, that we can check, as we update this plan in 5 years and continually do. We're always kind of playing off each other. They change their plan. Our plan needs to be updated accordingly. I think those are the things that we would look to later that say, okay, what are those policies that we need to look at and to change? I don't necessarily say we're wanting to do that necessarily right now. I think what we have, we'd like to move forward with. If there's specific things that we can help accommodate the best that we can right now, we're willing to do that. But I think is where we're at. Where we've went through TMAC, 9 different times. We've got their recommendation to approve this document. We've got the Planning Commission and work with them, and we've got their approval and recommendation for this document. I think that's kind of where we're at. Those major policy shifts, I would say is responses that we have hit. I think those are things where we're definitely are wanting to look at and to move whatever direction that may be. But I think that's going to we're recommending maybe that's a discussion that more in the general plan, and maybe some updates that we could have as far as, a transportation, a retreat or some kind of, I would say, where we can really kind of have that more in detail discussion on what direction does the city want to take in the future.
Mr. Harding, did you want to respond? Ms. Ellsworth is back online, so I'm going to give her the next question. Okay.
So thank you, Shane. And that's exactly what I was kind of trying to feel like. What is the administration looking for? I brought up 6 different things here. The 800, 820, obviously that's something that has been discussed thoroughly. I think Mr. Parker in the discussion proposed a solution that would move forward with what was written in there, but I think also just made it contingent on future council approval before we go too far down on that. It seemed like a good compromise. The second one you talked about and said, well, if the council would like, it is kind of just drawing a dashed line in there. It's not committing to an alignment or anything. It's just saying that this needs further study. We know that we'd be interested in putting a connection there. Number 3, based on our conversation yesterday and the reply that's in this document, I completely withdraw that. Now that I understand it better, I think I think you're spot on what's in the program right now. Number 4, the bicycle master plan. You talked about how it will be referenced and whatnot. I think just a couple, like 4 words would be all that's necessary to say that this is an older plan that is that is replaced by the new transportation master plan, but is still contains some important information, just so that reference doesn't get lost. Number 5, we talked about on the phone, and I think it sounded like something that if the council supported it, just a couple of lines that say the city believes that it will be important to have a transit link between our intermodal hub and the airport, and we would like to work with UTA in the future to make that happen. And again, a couple of lines. So it's not really changing policies so much as making sure we capture some of these key things. And then the 6th one, I think, is more of that focus question. And so I'd be comfortable leaving that off for now while we update the other things. But those other 4 things, it seems like just a line or a few lines of text or a dashed line on the map would address all of my concerns, because I do worry about waiting 5 more years for that to go in.
Okay. And I think that would be easy for us. We can definitely, I think we can make that change and we can include that, Mr. Harding. I don't think that's an issue at all. I think that's something very easily you can do, and we'll include that as a revision and then provide that back to you.
Ms. Ellsworth. So can we go back to her question, unless you want to add anything, Shannon, about that? But I think Shane was in the middle of answering your question.
Thanks.
So Shannon, I know your question is to try to get a connectivity across the railroad tracks and across maybe in the old landfill area. I think it all becomes of what level of cost do you want that to happen? You got, I think, 10 plus lanes or 10 plus railroad crossings where that's a switching yard for UTA, for the railroads. It's going to expand, the front runner is going to expand south. And so tracks wise, I'm not sure what that future is going to look like with front runners. They continue that southward into the county. So with that condition, I'm not sure, to try to get across those, you're looking at a severe expense to do so. The railroad, that would need to be a grade separated crossing. And you're looking at multi spans, and just rough cost, you're going to be extremely high to get it to do that. That's even, getting approval, the time frame and the proof. It would probably take us 5+ years just to get that approved, or a discussion with the railroad himself to look at something like that. They work very slowly, but from our standpoint, I think what we show is we don't have any concerns with vehicle use. Now, understanding, we have maybe some things that we're trying to do better with the other modes of transportation. So any suggestions there would be helpful. But as far as looking to try to get across that, it'd be very, very difficult.
Where are you thinking to cross or not cross? Where is it most difficult to cross?
Right now, from 1860 south to 6 South, there is just a lot of, from a constructability standpoint, it's very difficult. It's so severe, blocked by the amount of railroad facilities there. It just, anything that would need to happen there, whether it's vehicle, whether it's just pedestrian, whatever that is, it's going to have to be grade separated.
Right.
And it becomes a matter of cost. Is that something that would be, in the council's view, beneficial enough to do something like that?
Well, how about all the money we're not going to spend on 820 North? We put on 9th South to cross over the railroad tracks.
I would, my estimate would be, yeah, you're probably looking cost-wise, so something in that range.
Something comparable.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts or any inputs on 1860 South? It's a really high-speed road. At one point, it's 35 miles per hour, then it's 45 miles per hour, then it's 35 miles per hour, then it's 45 miles per hour. And there's no center lane. And there's it's really unsafe for pedestrians and for bicyclists, especially in the winter because those bridges freeze over. Is there anything long-term, any plans for improvement there?
Right now, we don't, like I said, we don't have anything on the plan to do any improvements. Any improvements would require either improvements to the existing structures or reconstructing the existing structures, which right now they're in great shape. We've done just, maintenance repairs. They're going to last for quite considerably long time. So we don't have any plans right now to do that. We're trying to work with the best that we can there. I think in the past, as far as I understand, the feeling was that 1860 South was an unneeded facility when we first, as far as talking with the city engineer Dave Graves, but you can see the success that has happened because of the implementation of that facility. And I think that's the approach that we want to take with 820 North, that we want to make sure that we include all facilities, because it is looking similar to 820 North. We see that being, it's so regionally significant in the scheme of things that that we want to make sure that we do accommodate those things along there as well. So that right now we don't have any plans to do anything along 1860.
Okay, so outside of this conversation, we have more conversations in the future. It's important to note that this part of Provo has really poor accessibility and really poor mobility for bikes and for people who walk. And if we don't prioritize changing that, it's just going to continue as is. And that's not Shane's fault. It's just the way things have kind of fallen into place in South Provo.
Yeah, the railroad makes that extremely difficult. I think we have, just so you know, we have tried to provide those facilities. We worked with the state to get that trail system along State Street, and even like 300 South. We worked really hard with the administration and UDOT to try to get those facilities in. We're working to try to even push those further to the south and get those down to Springville area and along there. So we are trying to push those things to help with at least north-south. It becomes difficult east-west with kind of the railroad and the things that are there. So that's where they stand. But again, we're aware and we appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, hey Shane, thanks again for all the work you guys are doing on this. I still have some concerns about the $70 million line item. And the reason being, I just haven't run into anybody yet who wants to spend $70 million to widen 820, that section between, the railroad tracks and 500 West, because that still flows really well. Even in your updated data, it went up to 13,000 vehicles, which still gets us, we're still have capacity through 2040, 2050. So I guess my concern is still with that $70 million line item and keeping that in there. The data still doesn't show that it's absolutely necessary that we need to widen that, at least not until 2040, 2050 at the earliest. So I think I've expressed this. What I would like to see is that $70 million line item, because if we keep it in there, it's gonna act as a magnet. So I'd like to see that $70 million line item be reduced significantly, and put a phase 2 in there that instead of accounting for removal of all the homes and the widening to 5 lanes, which again doesn't seem necessary according to the data. I just don't want to see us spend that $70 million on something that's not absolutely necessary, especially when public sentiment out there is they don't want to spend it. So is there a reason that we can't take that $70 million line item out and reduce that to something that is more concrete? Like, you know, almost everybody I spoke to says, yes, if we can put a bridge over the train tracks, that's really going to improve east-west access better than spending $70 million to widen that section between 500 and the train tracks. That would be much more, that would have much more of an impact. So is there a possibility to kind of identify something like that really would have a significant impact, and then decrease the budget, you know, the anticipated budget to possibly cover that piece instead of the $70 million widening that, you know, the data doesn't really show is going to have a significant impact?
Yeah, so
I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot there,
but I think we've answered that, or kind of in Bill Fillmore's in his first statement. We understand, you know, there's the $70 million line item, and I understand the confusion maybe of what that fully entails. So what we've done is what we're proposing we do in the plan is to show more of a phased approach, kind of describe how the approach that we're going to take in that language, of course, through the city council's approval. What we're going to do is to break it. What we suggest is we break that into 3 different projects. The first being the bridge replacement at 9th West, and maybe the cost involved in what we were thinking there. Okay, so that would be one project along 820. We would have a second project that would show, okay, that widening of 820 north from, you know, whatever extra needs to be widening outside of what we do with the bridge from Geneva to 500 West would be a separate phase, you know, with that phase. And then we would, or not a phase, but a different project. And then what we'd have would show as a third project, which would show as a grade separated crossing for the railroads and UTA. I think that line item alone, so that so you understand what we show, what MAG shows on their regional plan, they don't show a grade separated crossing at the railroads. Their project, what they show is about 43 million from Geneva up to 5th West in their 2050 plan. They don't show a grade separated crossing. So how we've gotten to 70 million is that bridge grade separated crossing is 27 to 35 million dollars to make that you know, crossing, that grade separation. So I think by dividing that into 3 separate projects, it helps maybe the public understand how you get to that cost. And then we can phase that appropriately. And our phasing plan would be such that we would first look at the reconstructing the bridge, because that would be the first priority because of the deficiency. And then whatever property we need to acquire to make that happen, you know, and to straighten that road out through that section. The next phase would be then we'd look at, and I think kind of goes back to some of what Bill Fillmore has asked, make it a 3-lane consistent section all the way from 5th West all the way to Geneva, and to see how far that can get us, you know, out in a certain time frame. Right now we do have some spots from, you know, Independence Avenue to Geneva. It's only a 2-lane section. It is at the railroad section, so we would need to acquire. We don't have the ability to widen that right now to at least a 3-lane section. So there would be property and things that we would need to do to make sure that we all accommodate a 3-lane section all the way through. The other areas have a 3-lane section. From Independence to 500 West is already a 3-lane section, and we can look at, you know, after that we're done and we have that consistent, then we can look at, okay, let's maybe remove parking. We can go to a 4-lane section. You know, there's various options that we can do. As we do that, though, I think it maybe go back to some issues maybe with Mr. Hanley is, if we do that and use the existing width of the road, there maybe have to be some give on some other type of facilities like bike lanes and those kind of things. So it would be a question of context sensitivity. What would be a priority to the council? And I think that's where we come back to the council and say, here would be the next phase. And then finally, the final phase would be, okay, construct whatever additional 5 lanes, whatever additional multi-use pass, whatever that is, and then have that discussion about a grade separated crossing across the railroads. Because ultimately that's the biggest cost, the biggest line item. Roughly, I don't know, Vern, maybe you can answer just a rough number on the cost. I think maybe it'll help Mr. Fillmore on the reconstruction of the bridge and maybe some of the property acquiring of just that first phase.
Well,
Shane. Oh,
so
sorry.
I appreciate, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So I definitely appreciate breaking it up in phases. I think that makes it much more palatable for the public. I still would have a concern with a $40-something million line item, phase 2, so to speak, with that basically states that, you know, we're gonna use that to purchase homes to widen the road. You know, my concern is that really necessary, especially given that the data shows, you know, 2040, 2050, we're going to be all right. I mean, it's going to get busier, but it's not going to fail. And so again, even a $40 million line item that says we're going to purchase homes and widen that road, you know, I can get behind the replacing the bridge and making that bridge ready for a 5-lane down the road, pardon the pun. I can get behind that. I can get behind looking at bridges over the tracks. I think that's a great separation. Is that I'm assuming that's what that means. But keeping that, you know, hey, we're still planning to widen this road and to kind of blow up the neighborhood. I think, you know, I'm still nervous about that. Such a large expenditure for something that might not be the route that we need to take, you know, when there might be other options. So keeping that in there, to me, acts as a magnet, so to speak. We're going to start making other decisions around that. You know, we're going to start, you know, kind of concocting our recipe for our transportation plan and transportation decisions under the assumption that, well, at some point 820 is going to be widened to 5, you know, all along the way. So we could talk offline about it. I just want to make sure and express that concern. Also, I have had a few people tell me that this is MAG money, and I understand it's MAG money, but here's the thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, but we apply for MAG money, and MAG money has a certain amount. It's not limitless. And so when we apply for MAG money for this project, we're not going to get MAG money for another project. And so we have to really decide, do we want to use our MAG money allocation for, do we want to use our MAG money allocation for this project as opposed to something else that might be more necessary, given the data doesn't show that it needs to be expanded necessarily. And also the MAG money, if my understanding is the MAG money, we get it every 2 years and we can only get a certain amount. So if my math was correct, it was going to take us like 10 to 15 years to get enough MAG money for that $70 million section that might not be necessary. And so I just have reservations again about, you know, how much money we're going to be putting towards this. If it's not necessarily supported by data, do we want to waste all of our MAG money on this? Because MAG money is endless. It doesn't grow on trees. So in any case, we can talk offline more about it, but just wanted to express some of those concerns.
Okay.
Wayne Parker. You're muted. Let's see.
I just probably muted back.
Yeah.
There you go.
Now
Are we
you're
there? Okay, thank you. So just a couple of observations and kind of picking up on Shannon's comments as well as others. Transportation master plans are supposed to follow transportation policy, which is established through the general plan process. I think we've all acknowledged that our general plan needs substantial work. And so as Shane and Vern and others and I talked this week, Dave Graves, and Dave Decker talked last week, the thought was that maybe what we ought to do is, as we're beginning the general plan process, to take a much more complete, thorough discussion around transportation policy, to think about issues like connectivity and where should it be focused, to let the transfer or the general plan process be what drives the transportation master planning process. And I think it has up to this point. The challenge has been that the general plan hasn't really been focused on transportation. And this is a good opportunity to do that. The other thing we thought about was once we get through budget process this year, it might be good for us to schedule a full day retreat on transportation and spend a little time, bring in MAG, bring in UDOT, bring in UTA, talk about the planning process, funding sources, how all that plays out, where all the pieces of the puzzle are, so that as we get into the general plan process, we start from a really good base of knowledge and understanding. So I think the administration would suggest that we make some minor modifications to the transportation master plan now, but that we really engage around the general plan effort on master planning, helping inform future transportation master plans. Is that clear enough?
Makes good sense.
Yeah, Mr. Harding.
I think I'll hold my comment for now. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask a question, maybe following up on Wayne's point, and Wayne and or Shane can help me understand this. That's been my biggest concern all along, and Shane, your responses were very helpful, and Dave Graves as well. So thank you. I guess I'm just sort of the quandary I have is why pass something in its current state if we know that it's not as well directed by the general plan, or that the general plan itself is the problem. What happens if we wait a year to pass the transportation master plan, or is there such a thing as a revision of the transportation master plan after we revise the general plan, less than 5 years away, right? So for example, if we pass something now and then we rewrite the general plan within the next, year or so, and then we came back and said, look, now we know that so that's one question I have. The other question is, if that's the plan, or if that's a possibility, I still would prefer language in the transportation master plan that's less committal, along some of the lines of these bigger projects or specific ambitions, just for the sake of acknowledging that we're in this longer term process of, I guess I'm just sort of echoing a little bit of what Mr. Hoban was just saying, that I'm a little nervous about sounding like we're committed to something that we don't even know yet if that's our ambition.
Well, let me maybe take a stab at that, and then certainly Dave Graves or Shane could weigh in. But I think certainly the transportation master plan can be updated whenever you want to. There's nothing magic about 5 years other than just good practices. We don't go beyond 5 years. I think the reason why we'd like to see the master plan adopted, even if we come back in 2 years and make some changes, is that there are some consensus projects that are waiting for funding. Things like the extension of Lakeview Parkway to the north that have to be in a transportation master plan in order to qualify for state or federal funding. And I don't think we want to let the 5-year plan lapse and kind of go without one for a while. But I think we're, clearly, as we get into broader discussions around transportation policy, which again has been lacking. I think we all admit the general plan was not ever really super focused on transportation. It was a lot more involved in just land use in general. I think as we get into a more robust discussion around transportation policy, once that's done, I think we're comfortable doing an earlier than normal transportation master plan update, if that's what the council would like to do. But I kind of hate to let the opportunity for some of these consensus projects to get funded sit in the queue for another couple of years while we wait to, for future action on a future master plan.
Great point.
Yeah, and there's some big studies that are happening right now as well that will be 2 or 3 years out that will have a significant impact on this master plan. With the state and what they're doing with interchanges. You have the corridor study for the transit corridor study that they're doing that are going to make significant changes. like I said, I think there's a lot of culmination things that are going on. Yeah, a policy of, complete revision of the general plan. I think absolutely we would be, with those kind of changes, we would definitely want to make sure that we update the master plan so that we accommodate those and are consistent.
Mr. Handley?
Yes.
If I might interject, this process for the transportation master plan has, as Shane indicated earlier, has been going on for probably about 2 years now. And it's taken a little bit unusual course from what I've seen in the past with our master plans, in that there have been elements of the plan that has been adopted along the way. And one of the concerns I have with this approach of let's not go ahead and finish where we're at right now, let's put it off, is that one of those elements was our capital projects plan and our street impact fees. And that was done to be able to facilitate citywide the ability to update all of the impact fees at one time. And normally that's kind of one of the last things that happens in our transportation master plan process. But in this case, it happens to be that that was almost one of the first things that went on there. And that's one of the concerns I have with not going ahead and completing the process. As Wayne indicated, I think we're more than happy if we get together in a retreat with the council and identify items that need to be addressed to go ahead and start some kind of a process earlier than 5 years. But I think it would be helpful for all of us to be on the same page. Some of these policies with our transportation master plan, even like 820 North, have been a part of that plan for several decades now. And so we're kind of in the process of trying to wrap it up, but yet at the same time, within just a few weeks or month, we're not getting the full story of, well, where's this plan been? Why was it developed in the past? And is it the right thing for the future for the city? And I think that's, the feedback we need from council.
I think that, thank you, Mr. Graves, that's very helpful. I guess my second question would be, going back to what I was saying earlier, I mean, if we can, I'm thinking of the analogy of a photograph where you have things in the foreground that are in great focus and things in the background that are more blurry. And it seems to me that things into the future could be left less specified and maybe more identified by principles and areas of concern that will need to be addressed. So I don't want to compromise the short-term projects that you're alluding to, but I'm just, I think where some of the nervousness that I'm feeling, that maybe others on the council seem to be expressing as well, is if we can loosen the specifications on some of those longer-term projects, even if they have been around for a long time, as you're saying, that may be, those may be projects that are based on assumptions that now have to change because of current and future developments, like this corridor plan that we were just looking at. That was an immediate thought I had as we were getting that presentation as well. Depending on how aggressive we are with developing that sort of a plan, that could have pretty significant implications for what we're thinking in terms of transportation planning 20 years from now. So I'm just looking for some flexibility there to feel like we're not overcommitting to something super specific in the long long term, but we're not compromising what we need to take care of in the short term, with the acknowledgement that we do really need to have a robust conversation as a council with your assistance, as part of the overhaul of the general plan and our thinking about future for transportation. We've got about 9 minutes before we're going to break before our evening meeting. Any other comments?
And maybe to respond, maybe some of that, maybe back to 820. For us, it's a phase 2 project. I think for my perspective, we're willing to be completely flexible on that. For us, that would not, as Dave mentions, that's not necessarily our focus. And as Wayne had mentioned, our focus is on the first 5, our phase 1 projects. That's what we focus on completing those projects, those needs that need to be moved forward. 820 is in the next complete, like you said, it is out there. It is out there a ways. And there is plenty of time in order to kind of gauge where that needs to be. So what language that we need to put in there that makes the council comfortable into saying it provides enough flexibility to guide that maybe in the future where it needs to go, I think we're definitely accommodated to that. I think what we just wanted to make sure and present is there is 820 North is a regional facility. There is something that needs to happen. We can show an approach to that. We're good with the language, whatever language to lighten specificities on that needs to be exactly this. We're okay with that. Costs, it is part of the master plan to provide costs. So there's an expectation of understanding, at least on a regional level, from MAG to know from their planning perspective on what, regionally what it needs to happen. We're consistent with that plan. We try to be consistent with that regional plan and cost-wise with that plan. So even though maybe we take out costs, just understand that those will still be out in the regional plan as those are identified. But again, we are definitely willing to be flexible on 820 North. There's a lot of changes that will happen, and we're fine with letting that go and be guided by what that needs to be.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fillmore.
Just a final comment from my perspective on 820 North, and I'm really plagiarizing Dave Harding. In Dave's comments on the printed material we got yesterday, Dave makes the point that Provo will continue to be the heart of Utah County, both governmentally, culturally, entertainment-wise, whatever. And we need to be concerned not just about connectivity within Provo City. We need to be very concerned about connectivity to Provo from all the other cities in Utah County. And if it's not 820 North, we've got to find some other alternative. I'm not sure what that will be, given the pros and cons, but we've got to keep the whole county in mind when we talk about transportation connectivity to Provo. Otherwise, we're going to have ever increasing daytime traffic.
And I wish I could re-show that picture that they showed on the corridor study that they showed the entire county in 2050, and there's red everywhere on issues from a regional standpoint. Issues 820 is part of that regional facility that shows is going to be red and needs to be something, and that's because of the regional nature. I appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
But there's no way that Provo is going to slow down the growth in Utah County, and so that growth is going to continue to funnel into Provo in ever increasing levels, and we've simply got to find ways to accommodate that, or we're going to be compounding all of our internal problems.
Yeah, I would only add to that, Mr. Fillmore, that we're gonna compound our problems if we cannot find alternatives to automobiles to accommodate that growth. It's not, my position has never been in denial of that growth, and I know that's not what you're saying, but I think the problem is that we need to be very aggressive about finding ways, and I think this what we just heard from about the corridor study is one aspect of that
overall plan. We've got just a couple minutes left, Mr. Hoban, and then Shane, I guess after Mr. Hoban makes his comment or question, if you could just give us a sense of what I think you just wanted to give us an opportunity to ask questions and answer questions. So there's nothing in particular that you're needing from us now, but I would assume that you, as always, you're welcome. You welcome comments from us offline to further the conversation and help us be prepared for when this comes back around, right?
Yeah, and right now, I think based on our discussion and these comments, I think is to make those changes to the plan based on this discussion and what we've discussed here. Some of the things that we've done kind of offline, incorporate that into the plan, identify those changes, make those written changes, provide that to you so that you can feel like we've provided enough to accommodate your response and do those things that we've addressed those. And then, yes, we would like to, I think we would like to move forward at the next council meeting, maybe to present that to you. I think we could make those changes and have those back to you in time based on our discussion here. So that's kind of the direction I think we would like to take that. Maybe have some feedback on that.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hoban, last question.
Yeah, Shane, I was just going to say, I didn't see any red on the report, my friend. I saw some orange, which means it's going to get busier. But on that $70 million section of 820, there's no red, even through 2040. Unless there's another report I haven't seen yet, which is possible. But I think we just have to keep in mind, there are sections of 820, 800, and 820 that do go red, south of the hospital or over by the train tracks. But that $70 million section, it doesn't go red, it's orange. And that's the concern I have, is that we're making a decision based on of spending, $70 million on a road because we're saying it's going red, but the data doesn't show it going red.
But
at least the reports I've seen.
But as we make those improvements, those red improvements, we make those reds go green. Okay, what will happen is that other area in between will start to go red. It's a complete.
But the data shows the data shows it even in the build scenario. If you do all the builds, it still doesn't. But you're the engineer. I don't know. It just seems like the data doesn't support it, and I think that's where my reservations are coming from.
And if we want it, like I said, we could get into more specifics if that's something you would like to do online with maybe Vern, can you maybe respond to that in a little bit better detail?
Yes, I will. The two ends are correct. They blow up. They turn into a poorer level of service. They get into the E and F level of service if you're looking at a report card by the year of 2040. The new MAG model is now planning out to 2050. Keep in mind, this does not account for any connection to I-15 whatsoever with the modeling that we're doing right now. If there were some type of connection, that is a game changer. Furthermore,
absolutely.
Furthermore, it does not include any redevelopment or change of land use between Independence Avenue and 500 West. So that's keeping the status quo of land uses. If there are a change in land uses as you go forth with your new general plan review, all bets are off again. We got to go back and remodel the changes that occur in employment, population, and households.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If we were to do more commercial there or something. Yeah, definitely. I'm just as is. But okay. Thank you all. Sorry, George. Mr. Hannon, I apologize.
I'm sure, like I say, I know Shane will welcome any further discussion offline. We all appreciate your willingness to work with us on this and your patience after so many months of effort. So thank you. We will, I got to pull up my script here to make sure I understand. We are now going to, sorry, my script doesn't tell me what to say. And if I don't have a script telling me exactly what, we are recessing as a, tell me my wording.
We are adjourning.
We are adjourning unless there are, I can't remember the phrasing. If there's no objection, we will adjourn and reconvene at 5:30 for our evening meeting.
Thank you all for being here.
Oh,
Thank you.